Councilman Cash, to the dais.
Immediately.
Okay, Councilman Jones?
Yes, sir. You yell at me and he's standing up there.
What's that? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We've got an action-packed day ahead of us. We are going to begin with the basic services map, and then we will follow with our normal work session. And then at 6 o'clock, we have a budget hearing. So we've got a lot ahead of us. So what I would ask everyone to do is try to adhere to the 3-minute rule, try to be concise. Let's keep this thing moving so that if we run into 6 o'clock, we may have to adjourn and go to the budget hearing and then come back, and none of us really want to do that. So I would say let's try to keep this thing rolling, and we'll do the best we can so that everybody gets a chance to say what they came here to say. Okay, let's begin with the, hang on, I got something. So good afternoon, everyone. The public hearing on the Baltimore County Council will now come to order. We're also, now it's in order. Okay. We're also providing a virtual link to the public hearing via WebEx to give persons an opportunity to connect to the meeting and to provide testimony. Before we begin tonight's work session, we're holding this public hearing pursuant to the provisions of the county charter, the county code, and the zoning regulations regarding the adoption of the 2024 Basic Services Map. This also includes the council's considerations of Bill 17-24, which adopts the Basic Services Map. The rules of procedure for the public hearing are as follows. Anyone wishing to speak, either virtually or in person, should have registered online using the speaker registration form or the council's virtual sessions and hearing webpage prior to the hearing. The link to this page is on the yellow alert box on the council's website. Each registered speaker will be permitted up to 3 minutes to speak. Acting Director Lauren Buckler from the Department of Public Works and Transportation will be the first to speak on the proposed 2024 Basic Services Map. Ms. Buckler, welcome. Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Buckler. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the County Council. For the record, I'm Lauren Buckler, Acting Director of the Department of Public Works and Transportation. This is the second reading of the 2024 Basic Service Map. Brought this item before your consideration for the first time on April 9th. To summarize the previous reading of the bill, the Basic Service Maps are required by county code and regulations. There are 3 maps required: water, sewer, and transportation. All 3 maps are located by each required. There are no areas of concern or deficiencies on the water map. During the April 9th hearing, there was discussion on next steps for areas of special concern.
Go right ahead, my laptop.
The sewer and transportation maps. On the transportation map, there are 11 intersections rated as F or failing. All 11 are state roads. The state rates intersections differently than the county, so based on the state rating, only 2 of those intersections are failing. 2 of the intersections out of the 11 are part of the development process, and there are changes proposed at 2 of those intersections. So the 2 of the changes proposed are Falls Road at West Seminary and Falls Road at Joppa and Jonesville, which would improve their rating capacity. On the sewer map, there are 5 areas of concern and 1 deficient area. The deficient area of Richland Manor is related to a small wastewater treatment plant that is county-owned and operated. The Richland Manor treatment plant is being replaced by a pumping station and a port. These projects would connect that wastewater system to the metropolitan system in Baltimore. Both of those projects are expected to be advertised for construction in calendar year 2024. Following the decommission of the wastewater plant, this area will be removed. The other areas that are of concern, Parkville area has structured for overflow 41 and 129. Those areas are part of a construction project called the East Branch Mary Bradley Sewer Project that will allow the county to close these overflow structures and remove that area 2024. In the Pikesville area, there's SSO number 113. We've completed projects to eliminate this overflow structure. We need to work with Baltimore City to complete additional improvements downstream of that jurisdiction. We've been continuing to engage with the city and our federal and state partners to work on the process of the downstream. In the Gwynn Oak area, we continue to work on the overflow structures number 22, 23, 23B, and 24. To date, we've completed phase 1 of sewer, and phase 2 is expected to be completed by July 2024. There's a phase 3 that will connect these other two phases, and it's being redesigned to adjust for property located within the city that we haven't been able to obtain. We're expected to complete that final phase by the end of 2020, and then that section would be complete. In the Frederick Road area, there is SSO number 116, 117, and 118. We've completed several capacity improvement projects in this area. Overflow points 116 and 117 have not activated since 2018. We have flow monitors at all of these overflow points, so we know when they activate. In order to eliminate the overflow point, we need to continue to work with the city on the downstream condition of the sewer. Continue to work with our federal and state partners on that. In the Brooklynville area, the area of concern is related to the sewer tier 695 that has limited capacity. The county continues to work with developers in that area to identify the capacity restrictions downstream from those sites. And those are the areas within the purple area on the map. It's important to note that within that sewer shed, Baltimore County has spent over $48 million in improvements in 2013 to deal with the capacity and the condition of the sewer in that area. That includes a planned rehabilitation project for sewers located within Lake Roland. These improvements are structural improvements, not capacity related. So they're related to the condition of the piping to increase the life cycle of that pipe. Those improvements are the result of the RJN study, and they're funded in the FY26 CIP plan, with construction estimated in the fall of calendar year 2025. So that's in active design. As is always the case, the WT will continue to review every development plan submitted to Baltimore County to assess adequate public facilities exist to accommodate the proposed site changes. Both the sewer and traffic network is just that. They're networks of roads and pipes. In some cases, there are different routes that can be proposed to create adequate solutions, which is why every development is reviewed by engineering within DPWT. If issues are identified, DPWT will continue to work with developers to ensure they're responsible for completing system improvements to address any deficiencies. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Buckler. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Councilman Catch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lauren, first of all, you're aware of the administration and their push for mixed-use development, push for, you know, about the nodes, okay, which are transportation hubs. Obviously, if the county's going to go in this direction where we're going to have heavy, large number of residents in certain areas, we have to plan for that as a county. Okay, so you have the issue with the roads. Let's say that in a particular area, let's say Hunt Valley, let's say additional.
It's master mute. It says master mute.
If there's 3,000 apartments, the question is, do we have the roads that are going to accommodate these additional residents? Secondly, do we have the water? Is the water that goes to that area adequate for the people that live in these 3,000 new units? And thirdly, and probably the most important in regard to sewer, are we going to have the facilities available to handle the waste from these 3,000 new units. And I can say that about any part of the county, really, because if you take a look at the master plan for 2030, it's very ambitious. And what the county is going from, it's going from suburban living in certain areas to more of an urban lifestyle where you have apartments and town centers and that kind of thing. We had a long conversation about the sewer system in Baltimore County, and I really appreciate all that you've done and all the information that you gave me. And I understand that the county's under a consent decree with the Department of Maryland Department of Environment and the EPA. And that was started in May of '05. And the improvements that were agreed upon are to be completed by May 2025. And I understand that that is not realistic, and that the county now projects that in order to fulfill the consent order, that actually the county will need till 2032 in order to fulfill what's in the consent decree. Now, and we all have to realize that, and I'm not really criticizing anybody, but we do rely on the city quite a bit. I know there's a road in my district, Green Meadow, that because of the problems with hooking onto the city, the pipe that was laid originally, we have to go in another direction in order to take care of the sewage waste from that particular area. So it's costing the county a little more money, and that's because the city wasn't ready with the improvements that they needed to make. So we are hampered by the city because, again, we hook onto the city's sewer system. With the sewer system, with the water system, with the roads, is your agency looking into some changes that are going to be made in relation to the new direction we're going as a county? Or do you wait for the developers to come to you with the plans to build, XYZ number of apartments in this particular area or that particular area? Or are we looking to the future and changing the strategy?
So it's a combination. Every single development that comes in, we're looking at that specific development. Where is it? What pipes are near it? What is the easiest to connect to, but is there capacity if they connect there? Maybe if they connect a quarter mile the other direction, there's capacity and it's a better connection. So we have that conversation. Same with the transportation network. It might be better, maybe they're between two roads and it might be better if they come out on this road than this other road. There is a conversation during that process to look at where those services are coming from and where it makes sense. We do work with the Department of Planning during the master plan process, and we look at where there are areas of concern, and that's why these maps have areas of concern that are conversations during that process. We do look at the zoning. We look at what capacity is being proposed versus what is in that area. So it's multi-factored, and there's a lot of back and forth between DPWT, other agencies, and development as it comes through.
The state of Maryland, the legislature passed House Bill 538, which in essence, within 3/4 of a mile, for instance, in our district, she lives in my district, our district, 3/4 of a mile from the light rail, the state legislation permits, without real county involvement, the increase of density by 30%. how are we going to, since we really don't have any say in that, how are we going to deal with that particular issue? And realize that in the future, that bill, which in essence takes much of the zoning power away from the county and the county council, you can be sure that the 3/4 of a mile become a mile, will become 2 miles in the future. There's a part of that bill that talks about adequate public facilities, the local adequate public facilities. You can be sure that's going to come out of it too, because it wasn't in the original. The adequate public facilities portion was not in the original bill. So you look at the original bill to see what the goal was of the state, of the governor, and you're looking at the bill 5 years from now. That's how these things work. Get your foot in the door and go forward. So I guess what I'm really looking to is, I'm sure you work with the SHA.
Yes.
Because obviously, taking the example, Hunt Valley, it's York Road's a state road. You have Shawan Road, and unless we have the cooperation of the state with the county, we're not going to be able to meet these needs. The light rail is a state facility, 100% state. And so that obviously needs improvement. The ridership is 12% of the fare box return goes to the operation of the light rail. 88% is paid for by the taxpayers. So it's a failure. It is absolutely a failure. So, we need to work with the state to make the light rail more successful. So because of the passage of House Bill 538, and because of the county's efforts for mixed development, for et cetera, things are going to change in the future. And it's going to be so important that we coordinate with the county, with the state, and meet these challenges in a real systematic way. I am sure, I know that you could tell me, I could tell you where development ultimately will take place. All you have to look at the master plan. And I don't want us to be in a situation where we're going to build and the sewer system can't deal with it. There's not enough water. There's not enough space in our schools, and the traffic becomes an absolute nightmare. We already have those situations in certain places, and we can't allow it to grow, these problems. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Cash. Any other members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Ms. Buckley? I just have a couple. I'll go for the easiest ones first. Gwynn Oak Sanitary Sewer. So is that the 54-inch, the two 54-inch sewer lines that are, one is being constructed in Powder Mill Park and the other exists in Powder Mill Park, 54-inch side by side?
36-inch?
36-inch, but they're the two.
Existing 24, and we're building a 36.
24 and 36. And that's in Powder Mill Park and Lockhart and Gwynn Oak. And it really, it's not, this is where it's a tricky thing. It's in the capital budget for that district, but it really helps flows from upstream, right? Okay. The other one is Pikesville. Where is that? Where's the Pikesville area of concern?
Section is Marnat and Hatton.
Oh, yeah, Marnat and Hatton. Okay. And then the last one, and this one's a little bit complex, the Brooklynville, that's the Lake Roland.
That's correct.
Okay, so at the Lake Roland, it's my understanding that there are three, one sewer line coming in from the west, from the east, one coming in from the west, and one coming in. And then at the northern part of Lake Roland, they meet an interceptor, and all three pipes go into a single pipe that goes further downstream.
Yes, goes under the lake downstream.
And So I've looked at the numbers, and the numbers don't look great in terms of the flows that are going through there. I'm not going to debate that right now. I just want to make that clear. The only other thing I would say is, did you say there is design money in fiscal 25 to address that?
Construction funds.
Construction funds.
In fiscal 26, we would go into construction the end of calendar 25, which would be fiscal 26.
Interesting, because I was looking for that in the capital budget, and I couldn't find it. If you could refer me to the page in the capital budget, that would be extremely helpful.
So it's in our CIP 5-year plan. I'd have to get back to you on exactly where you see it or how you see
We have
it.
a budget hearing at 6, so maybe at 6, one of the members of the budget team can show me in the budget book where that is. And then I have one last question about Lake Roland Sewer. When I asked about this, Mr. Croner sent me a list of all the projects that were ever done in the 2nd District over a time period that it was not clear to me. And one of them, it said $7 million for Lake Roland Sewer, but I couldn't find an account number, nor could I find which segments were done, and I couldn't find what fund source was used. It made me more unclear than clear.
I can give you a clear list of what projects were done and the account numbers they were done out of. There's a
So,
couple,
account number, fund source, status, like let's say it was the design funds, maybe it funded Hazen, maybe it funded RKK, and I think there were 2 other studies.
RJN is one that's
RJN,
referenced.
and then Buck,
Hazen.
Hazen, RJN, RKK, and one other. Anyhow, what I'm trying to do is identify what account number, what fund source, what year of appropriation, what was done with that money. Was it a design for Hazen? Was it a design for RKK? Was there any construction? If there's construction, typically it's a linear, the pipe is linear, so what length of pipe from what manhole to the other manhole? That would really be helpful to me, and some of the stakeholders that are in the room right now would probably benefit from that as well.
No problem, we can get that for you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Marks.
Thank you. One of the reasons why I think you're going to make an excellent director, Lauren, is you're very responsive. And I just want to make sure these are still accurate. Richland Manor construction should be done by July 2027, correct? Around July 2027?
That's correct.
And then the Force Main will be done around July 2026, correct?
That they might end up aligning where they're right at the same time.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, any of the members have any additional questions? Councilman Catch.
Yes, very quickly, one of the issues that has come up a couple times, which I find to be very upsetting, is the issue with Johns Hopkins on Falls Road. Johns Hopkins built, I think it's Pavilion 4, 3 or 4, I forget which one, and they had agreed to improve, update the sewer system. They built the building, got occupancy permit, and have not done the work. Can you give us an update as to where we are as far as getting that critical work done? Because because of it, we will have some problems, do have problems.
I'm going to defer to our counsel, Mr. Benjamin, for that.
Thank you.
Do you mean that? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Councilman Catch. One thing I wanted to make sure that was clarified for purposes of, okay. Turn what off? I just want to make sure that it was clear that under the former MOU, Johns Hopkins agreed to coordinate as far as work concerning the design and permitting for this sewer project. They were not the actual developer to construct it. They worked with the county with regard to design and permitting. And so we are currently working with them to finalize an MOU, a new MOU, an updated one that's going to spell out the additional pieces that need to be done to get the sewer project moving as it relates to design and permitting, and then the actual construction of the project. So we're working with them currently, and hope to be able to get something finalized in the coming weeks.
Was there a sum of money that they needed to put up for security for this MOU that you just referred to?
I think under the former MOU, there was a certain amount. I think the cap was 900, and that they were agreed to 50% of that in the former MOU, the one that's expired.
Well, did the county receive that money?
I am not sure if for purposes of the former MOU, whether or not the county received that money. I would have to ask Ms. Buckler if she may be able to provide some perspective on that point.
'Cause
No, we haven't received any funding.
No, I mean, money from, I mean, they didn't meet their obligation. The building is long, is finished in operation, and they did not fulfill the MOU, so, and there was, would you call it a fine or money to make sure that they ultimately do the work, and we have not received that money? Are we going to sue them for the money?
We have not, that's something that, as far as how we're going to deal with getting the remainder of the work that needs to be done completed, that's something that we're working through with Hopkins. As far as the issues of lawsuits, that's something that I wouldn't be prepared to discuss at this point with you, but maybe offline we can discuss further, sir.
So isn't it quite usual, though, when in a situation like this, that you would get funds from, in this case, Johns Hopkins?
Well, under the former MOU that was executed prior to my coming on board, it was agreed that, as I said before, that they would coordinate with the county, and a certain monies would be paid. And we are working with them, as I said, to try to resolve the remaining points that need to be done in order to be able to get the project completed.
I mean, with the problems that they ultimately have caused by not doing this work, I'm not happy about it, to say the least. And I thank you for your efforts to try to get them to do what it is they've promised to do in the past. And so please keep us up to date. I know Councilman Patoka, it's in our districts, it affects our districts. And
Understood.
it's important that we know, and I would assume that this administration, if there is a situation where a deposit is required in order to guarantee that something that is going to be done, that needs to be done, that we are indeed collecting those deposits, whatever you want to call them. So,
Yeah, we're working, as I said, to make sure to get things that need to be done so we can move this forward. And I'll be sure to keep you and Mr. Chairman informed.
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Couch. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. I will say that, I don't want to belabor the point, but it will be a factor that we weigh in terms of defining which areas are deficient in the current basic services map.
Understood, sir.
Okay, thanks. And we're going to go to the speakers now, if none of the other members have any questions or comments. So, Ms. Belcastro, could you call the first speaker, please?
Our first registered speaker is David Ginsburg.
David Ginsburg. Is
Who's
Mr.
here in
Ginsburg
person?
here? Do you see him online, Chris? I don't see Mr. Ginsburg in the audience.
He is not online.
Okay, why don't we go to the next speaker?
Sure. Our next speaker is Renee Hamidi.
I do see her in the audience. Ms. Hamidi. Go right ahead, Renee. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. I was just saying, you've stolen my thunder. I can throw out most of my speech. You talked about the consent decree, almost 20 years we've been under it. You've talked about the consultants that have been hired, Hazen, RKK, RJN, Ramble. You've talked about the hundreds of millions of dollars that have already been spent on the sewer system. One thing you didn't mention was climate change. We have much bigger storms, we have more frequent storms. That means more water getting into the system, which means more sewage being pushed out. You did mention development. That's been a hot topic between the county and the state bills and the master plan. I would say that all adds up to one thing, which is that sewer capacity needs to be dealt with now. The basic services maps are supposed to show where there are problems that preclude development. People need places to live and work. They also need to know that when they flush a toilet, their basements won't fill up with sewage. They need to know that when it rains, local streams won't be filled with sewage. To say that there has been a lack of transparency about what problems exist in the sewer system is an understatement, particularly in the Jones Falls sewer shed where I live. It feels like development will be permitted regardless of how overburdened the sewer system is. Changing the basic services map to reflect reality is a small step toward giving Baltimore County residents what they deserve, a sewer system that functions today and accommodates the changes we all know are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamidi. Do any of the council members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Ms. Hamidi? Okay, thank you so much, Renee.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Beth Miller, who was here in person.
Oh, there's Beth.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Same as Ms. Hamidi said. I'm testifying on behalf of the Green Towson Alliance to request that this council withhold approval of the basic services maps for the Jones Falls sewer shed because the existing sanitary sewer system is inadequate to support existing development in the sewer shed and will certainly not be adequate for additional development. The basic services maps are part of the Baltimore County regulatory process that is required to comply with Section 9-512 of the environmental article of the state code by ensuring that new development served by public sewerage facilities is not approved unless sewage from that new development can be safely conveyed, pumped, and treated by those facilities. The intent of the basic services maps is for DPWT to identify areas of the county where public facilities are inadequate to serve all of the development that would be permitted under the zones or commercial district within which those areas lie, in accordance with Section 4A02 of the county zoning regulations. In their presentation to the Planning Board, DPWT defines an area of deficiency as a lack of capacity to convey existing sewage flows. However, a May 1, 2023 internal memo from DPWT stated that area of deficiencies apply only to failing wastewater treatment facilities, regardless of the capacity of the piping to the treatment plant. This single area of deficiency shown, the single area of deficiency shown on the 2024 basic services maps at the Richland Manor wastewater treatment plant in Perry Hall comports with this second definition. Ignoring a lack of capacity in pipes that convey sewage to a treatment plant as part of the process for regulating development violates state and county law. In answer to Councilman Catch's question, high-density developments such as that in Towson or commercial revitalization districts have been exempted by past county councils from the mapping. Also, Councilman Matoka, in regard to capacity issues in Lake Roland that will be addressed by the rehabilitation work, Ms. Buckler stated that this will not address capacity issues. Since 2016, Green Towson Alliance has provided the County Council with consistent and mounting evidence, including the county's own consultant studies and administrative law judge decisions, that there is not adequate sanitary sewage capacity in the Lake Roland area of the Jones Falls sewer shed. This matters because development that isn't supported by adequate public facilities jeopardizes the quality of life, property values, and health of our fellow citizens. It matters because exposure to E. coli and Lake Roland can make people sick, because they often don't read or even heed water contact alerts, or they aren't timely posted. It matters because raw sewage in Lake Roland makes its way to the bay, where it contributes to algae blooms that kill aquatic life. It matters because a lack of pipe capacity can cause sewage to back up in people's basement. I just got a couple more sentences. And this has happened on Tally Ho Road, where you were just talking about the problems near Joppa Road. Finally, it matters because it is illegal to approve development when there is not capacity to safely convey the sewage generated by that development to a treatment facility. We know that the County Council wants to know when and how the sanitary sewer capacity problems in the Jones Falls will be resolved. We respectfully ask that the County Council delay approval until the maps are revised to accurately reflect the area of deficiency known to exist in the Jones Falls sewer shed at Lake Roland.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Ms. Miller? Okay, thanks again, Ms. Miller. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, to speed things along, and we'll do this for the public hearing for the budget as well, I'm going to call the next speaker, and then the person after that, that second person can come up and have a seat in the front. Our next speaker is Winnie Carpenter, followed by Julian Nickel.
Okay. Okay, welcome, Ms. Carpenter.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Winnie Carpenter, and I have lived in the National Historic District of Oella for 20 years. I speak on behalf of myself, Laura Gavigan, Amanda Reardon, Greg Brown, and Mary Jo Wagant. We are not being compensated by a developer to speak up. In fact, we haven't been promised anything to attend this meeting. We are just normal community folks who care about our neighborhood, and our HOA is depending on us to keep them updated. We have concerns about how all of you have targeted our small town by carving out Oella from the basic services map transportation. Little did we know that you would all bond together through councilmanic courtesy last year and vote for Pat Young's amendment. We weren't even aware of the map. And there's no amendment on your website today if there's going to be a change. We assume that you know that county staff, the Department of Planning, and the Planning Board recommended and voted to keep the map intact in District 1. Administrative Law Judge Mayhew even weighed in with his concerns of traffic congestion, but was hampered by the carve-out for Bill number 2522 that you all voted for also. You do know, hopefully, that there is no mass transportation in this area. I met Pat Young last week. I only asked him 3 questions. Number 1, we didn't as a community request it, so why was our Oella district carved out last year? And he answered, because no one from the county could tell him why it was included. Although that is actually explained during the planning department meetings in January. Number 2, do you plan to remove Oella again? And he answered yes. And because the county still can't tell him why it was included. Number 3, are you planning to carve out any other properties in the failed traffic shed besides Oella and Ellicott Mill districts? And he answered no. We would really like for you to ask him why he wishes to harm our neighborhood before you vote with him, because if not, it's our tiny community against all of you. Why does Baltimore County even have a basic services map? To pretend that the county is transparent, or maybe to give the community a false sense of security? If councilmanic courtesy is a continuing example of how you vote, we don't have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Ms. Carpenter? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Julia Nickel.
Okay, Ms. Nickel.
Hello, I'm Julia Nickel, and I'm a resident of Baltimore County, District 1 in Oella, part of the sustainable communities of Patapsco, Catonsville. I'm here to speak about the topic of basic services maps, transportation. The County Council agenda packet provided to the public today identifies real deficiencies in the traffic shed. The first carve-out made by the council was made in 2022 for the Ellicott Mills Historical District. Last year, the council carved out a second neighborhood, the Oella Historical District, despite department and planning board recommendations. This year, the expertise and efforts of studies by the department resulted in a failing traffic shed that includes these two areas, a continuous swath not separated out. And again, this was considered by the planning board, resulting in no carve out of the Ellicott Mills Historical District or the Oella Historical District. Oella and Ellicott Mills are made of numerous residential areas. These are neighborhoods. We are neighborhoods and communities whose daily lives are impacted by increased traffic and safety concerns. The purpose of the Basic Services Maps Transportation is to draw attention to the needs for correction to volume, which in turn affects safety. We have 3 F-level intersections impacting our area. I ask that you consider Bill 1724 very carefully and not enact carve-outs to the Oella Historical District and Ellicott Mills. To do so would be to ignore the concerns and protections for our neighborhoods needs in order to remain safe. Carving out these 2 historic districts would not be harmonious with zoning regulations and clearly would be seen as arbitrary and without support by county agencies or constituents. We have long-standing issues in our traffic shed. The council must understand that there is a disconnect felt at the community level and the neighborhood level, frustrated by the character and arbitrary decision-making made at the council level when you, the council, ignore agency efforts and planning board oversight, especially when the council or councilman provides no articulable basis for the change or carve-out. Please trust what the county agencies and staff have provided to you. Let's see. And I hope that the council determines whatever you all determine will be carefully examined by the county attorney, Benjamin. And then one other thing, I wanted to thank Ms. Buckler for her very good description of the basic services maps. And I have one last thing. She stated that that of the 11 F-level roads, all are state roads. And I hope that there is evidence that the county is indeed working with State Highway Administration to correct the issues of the failed traffic sheds that have been failing for at least 10 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nickel. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, thoughts? Councilman Ertel.
I have one question for the speaker. Yes. So you said the planning board made recommendations on these intersections. Is that correct? Or?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the process for basic services maps. The planning board approves these. They didn't make any recommendation to change what the department provided to them, which was
So they were
failed
rated
traffic
F
sheds.
and they didn't recommend improving them. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the department identifies the failing traffic sheds.
Okay. The planning board.
No, the department.
Right,
Yeah.
DPWT.
DPW, and then that happens at the end of December. A memo, I believe, is transferred over to, I guess, the Department of Planning and then to the Planning Board. And then the process will fall into your purview. for a vote
Right,
now.
right.
And the agenda is on the website right now with the map for transportation as a continuous swath
Okay.
without two carve-outs.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an annual thing.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nichol. And that concludes our hearing on basic services map? He's not here. I think he's on a different. Okay, so thank you. That concludes our review of the basic services map. And I'm going to call a little bit of an audible here. We're going to go to appointments, and this is the last on the council members. This is the last item on your page, item 14. We're going to go right to Jonathan Sachs. We're going to call Mr. Sachs up early because he has some guests with him that may have a lot of energy on them. Mr. Sachs, thank you for joining us. I enjoyed speaking with you earlier this week. If you want to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your understanding. Please don't interpret my son's noisiness for anything other than enthusiasm for our process here. Mr. Chairman and members of the council, my name is Jonathan Sachs. I'm a Baltimore County resident, and I'm honored to be County Executive Olszewski's nominee to serve as the next Director of Economic and Workforce Development. I'd like to start by introducing you to my wife, Cheryl, who's just walking in, and our two sons, Aaron and Nathaniel, who are joining me for today's work session.
Oh, they're waving. Everybody wave back.
Good job, guys. Not only would I not be here without their support, but they're among the many reasons why I'm looking forward to serving in this important role. Recently, we were grocery shopping at Giant, and Aaron, who turned 4 earlier this month, asked me to buy him a toy dump truck he saw in one of the aisles. Recognizing this teachable moment, we walked over to see what it would cost, and the sign said $12. I told Aaron that I wouldn't buy the truck for him, but that he could buy it himself after he earned some money. We worked out a system, $3 per task for helping out around the house, $1 to spend, $1 to save, and $1 to donate to charity. He helped me with all kinds of tasks like taking out the trash and recycling, cleaning up the house, and bringing groceries in from the car. After he performed 15 tasks, we went back to Giant, waited in line, and he purchased the dump truck in cash with some left over. It still ranks among his favorite toys and one he talks about often. He still shares about how, quote, I bought the yellow dump truck with my money. Seeing his pride for earning that dump truck himself was worth so much more than spending $45 on a $12 toy truck. Aaron's lesson in financial awareness became my reminder around the pride and dignity of work. Fundamentally, that's what a functioning Department of Economic and Workforce Development does. It ensures that there are jobs ready for workers and workers ready for jobs. At our core, that is what the department should be focused on. Earlier in my career, I led public affairs for the Chamber of Commerce in Montgomery County. In that role, I successfully advocated for legislation at the state and county level to make it easier for businesses to start, expand, and relocate in Maryland. I also authored a white paper about the optimal structure for county economic development departments. I've been a leader in businesses, both large and small. I spent a decade in progressive leadership roles at Adventist Healthcare, the largest employer in Montgomery County. Most recently, I led a startup which was just finding its footing with about 7 employees. The common link I've noticed is the role local governments can play to encourage large employers to relocate and expand, as well as encourage entrepreneurs to pursue their dreams. The Economic and Workforce Development Department can and should do both. During my tenure as director of the department, I intend to focus on 3 key things. Number 1, the Key Bridge recovery effort. The world witnessed the collapse of the Key Bridge. The video swept quickly through social media and shocked the globe. The state has provided several key resources for the people whose lives have been affected by the tragedy. We need to continue that important work, making access to unemployment simple and seamless, while simultaneously helping businesses survive until the port is fully reopened and traffic congestion is eased with a new bridge. In addition, when we hear from people across the world looking to help us with the recovery, I'd like to respond to them with 4 words: come to Baltimore County. In my life, I found that every tragedy comes with opportunity, and the bridge collapse brings focus to both the assets and the needs of our county. The best way businesses can help is to visit or open an office here in Baltimore. Number 2, bring stability and performance to the Department of Economic and Workforce Development. In my discussions with the county executive, he's asked me to prioritize bringing leadership and stability to the department. I know there's been a lot of turnover in leadership of the department recently, which has been disruptive. Throughout my career, I've led high-functioning and high-performing teams. It's my intention to do the same for this department. My leadership style can be boiled down to 2 words: people first. My approach centers around empowering people and leveraging their knowledge and expertise to achieve big goals. As a leader, I bring focus, direction, and accountability to align our human capital towards a larger vision. My intention is to involve many stakeholders, including the council, the business community, in setting a vision for the department. In my reports to you, the council, I plan to share the goals, key performance indicators, and work plans for each of the 5 divisions in the department: economic development, workforce development, arts and culture, tourism, and agriculture. Each of these 5 divisions should be responsive to your needs, the needs of your constituents, and be visible in the county, helping to deliver on priorities that you identify in your districts. Finally, 3, form partnerships with the state and the city of Baltimore to attract new businesses. My 3rd goal involves partnering with the Maryland Department of Commerce and the Baltimore Development Corporation to attract businesses to our region. Often deals to bring new businesses to a region benefit from partnerships and additional tools that may be available to them. Based on my research, I believe the state can and should be doing more to help attract and expand businesses in Baltimore County. Our relationships with the state and city will help us grow our economy and tax base either directly through business relocation, expansion, and residential growth, or indirectly through tourism, travel into the county, and awareness and knowledge about our region. If we can focus on these 3 items over the next few years, the department will be accomplishing its mission and poised to take on even more in the years to come. My family and I live in Pikesville. I grew up in Montgomery County. My wife grew up here in Baltimore County and graduated from Pikesville High School. Cheryl and I went to the University of Maryland at the same time, but fate would have it that we wouldn't meet until years later. I went back to Maryland and got an MBA in 2018. We bought our house here in 2021. Our past, our present, and our future is here in Maryland and in Baltimore County. For me, leading this vital department allows me to serve the county where my family lives, works, and plays. I'd be honored to have your support in confirming my nomination to serve as the county's next director of the Department of Economic and Workforce Development. Thank you to County Executive Oshevsky for nominating me, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, for considering my appointment. I'd be happy to take any questions you have for me at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. I was going to ask you to tell Councilman Katch from which beautiful district from which you hail, but you kind of gave it away.
Of course, the 2nd district, sir.
Yes, the beautiful 2nd district. But you gave it away when you said Pikesville. Do any of the members have any questions, comments?
I take exception to that. Have you been to the 3rd district?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I've been all around the county.
All of beautiful northern Baltimore County?
Yes, actually, my father-in-law owns a dental practice in Hunt Valley, so we spend a lot of time there.
Okay. So he's smart enough to.
Councilman
So
Katch, we have to keep this.
why would you locate in District 2 when you have such a beautiful, I mean, really, District 3 is absolute lowest crime rate. It's beautiful. I mean,
Is there a 5th Amendment right here in the
Yes,
council?
and you certainly can take it. You have the chair is allowed 1 pass to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm so offended by what he said. I probably won't sleep tonight.
Do any of the members have any additional, Councilman Marks?
Yeah, very quickly, because I know time is short. It was a pleasure speaking to you. I'm very happy. You went to the University of Maryland College Park.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 3 things. The need to continue to work with the council on the appropriate application of mixed-use development, places like White Marsh, Hunt Valley, so on. Second, the need to continue to promote tourism, particularly in areas like the waterfront that I represent. And also, we had talked a little bit about commemorating the country's 250th birthday, right?
Yes.
That will be a big deal in 2026, so working together on some activities, advancing that.
Absolutely, and I look forward to working with you on all 3 of those, council members.
Very good, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any of the members have any additional comments or questions or thoughts? Mr. Sachs, Councilman Jones? Go ahead. Okay. Mr. Sachs, just wanted to share with you, we talked about having a stronger emphasis on inner Beltway commercial corridors and strengthening those, making sure we address business retention, business attraction, and that we make Baltimore County a special place, and not just in the exurbs, but also in our older commercial corridors. And I appreciate our discussion. I was impressed by our discussion. And we have some representatives here that are going to speak on other issues from our inner Beltway commercial corridors that I hope you get to know as you progress through this process.
I look forward to it, and I look forward to
Councilman
being
Jones?
present in all those discussions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs.
Yeah, Mr. Sachs, it's certainly a pleasure seeing you. You have a beautiful family, and I look forward to, I look forward to getting an opportunity to discuss future plans for the county and how you can be very helpful. I know we've had a hard time making it work with both of us with family obligations, but I look forward to it. And only thing I will say is I really believe that we are at a critical point in Baltimore County where for years we have been successful despite ourselves because of our location, because of all the things we have going for us, but it's coming to a point where we're going to have to be intentional about growing our economy and making sure we're doing everything we can to be competitive in this environment in which we find ourselves. When we look around at other counties and the things they're doing, not just here in this region, but throughout the country, it's clear that we must be intentional. And that department certainly can use more work, more attention. So I look forward to working with you, look forward to continuing our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, any of the members, Councilman Ertel?
I have just one quick comment. Mr. Sachs, we talked yesterday, and it was a great conversation. One of the things that I had talked about was the fact that we need to bring better jobs to Baltimore County. We're getting poorer as a county. We don't have the manufacturing jobs that we used to. We're not going to get Bethlehem Steel back, but there are plenty of opportunities for high-tech manufacturing that are being taken advantage of all over the country. And we are not doing a good job in this region at all of attracting manufacturers, anything from pharmaceuticals to medical equipment to you name it, car parts even, with 3D printing and a lot of the machinery that's out there, it has made manufacturing less labor intensive, which means that it can be very, American businesses can be very competitive these days, especially with transportation costs through the roof. So I hope we'll focus on that as well. And we're going to need our state and federal partners to do that because it can't be just us. We've got to work on it as a team. But ultimately, if we're not creating better jobs for our citizens, everything we talk about, and this is a message for everyone, we can build apartments all day long. They don't create jobs. Good jobs are created by us going out and trying to attract new businesses to this area. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, Councilman Marks.
And I would be remiss if I did not remind you of Rocket Lab and the work on aeronautics and aviation in Middle River, and thank the department for working with the state on that.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sachs, and thank you for bringing your lovely family with you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item, and we're going to stay on appointments for the moment. We have Ms. Buckler is going to have a second act here, and she's being appointed as acting director of DPW, nominated. Ms. Buckler, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Good evening. For the record, I'm Lauren Buckler. Thank you for considering my appointment as acting director for the Department of Public Works and Transportation. For the last 3 years, I've served Baltimore County as deputy director for DPW&T. I've worked closely with several of you on different public works infrastructure, operations, and transportation challenges throughout the county. I hope you've seen that I'm always willing to find a solution. That solution may not always be the initial one proposed, but I will engage with the team until we can find some options to place before you. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of Maryland. Over my career, I've worked in both the public and the private sector for planning, design, construction, and operations for horizontal and vertical infrastructure. Prior to joining Baltimore County, I worked for the state of Maryland Department of General Services as the Assistant Secretary for Design, Construction, and Energy. In that role, I was responsible for all non-MDOT or university projects. So that includes everything from dams at state parks to the historic Annapolis complex, state corrections security upgrades, mine collapses in Western Maryland, and dune replenishment in Assateague, and everything in between. The responsibility also included all procurement for all of those things and all of the capital budget for all of those projects. I regularly presented contracts before the Board of Public Works and budgets before the Maryland legislature. You know what's really great about this job compared to that job? All of these projects are in Baltimore County. And it's wonderful because I know Baltimore County. I'm from Baltimore County. I know Councilman Koch is very familiar with where in Baltimore County I currently reside. But when a resident calls about an intersection or a flood, I'm aware of that area. I have family throughout the whole county. I've grown up in the county. I attended Loch Raven High School. I grew up in Parkville. I have family in Catonsville, Glendon, Randallstown, Arbutus, Middle River, and still in Parkville. I still live in Baltimore County. My kids attend BCPS schools. I graduated from UMBC and I lived on campus when I was there. I love working for the county. I enjoy problem solving. I enjoy engineering for good. I enjoy trying to find engineering solutions that make something better for somebody. My background in the private sector prior to joining the state, I was with the state for almost 10 years. I worked for all MDOT business units for consulting. Some of the sample projects I was involved in. For MDTA, I worked on the I-95 expansion, specifically the salt plow planning operations for the expansion of the road. I worked for Port Administration for the Inner Harbor, for the World Trade Center, looking at the option of geothermal heat sinks into the Inner Harbor for that facility for energy savings. I've worked for MTA on the Kirk Avenue bus facility. I've worked for MAA, for BWI, for billing issues that they had with their water utility service for that site. I've worked for SHA, specifically on all of the energy consumed by SHA for all of the traffic lights in the state of Maryland as a consultant, plus all school systems in the state almost as a consultant, and work for both private entities in the state and other government entities, both local, state, and federal, when I worked in the consultant side. All of this experience has given me other ways to solve problems. From the angle of engineering the solution through the actual government logistics of implementing the solution, including the procurement and budgeting, council approvals, and staff management. I've been bringing this viewpoint to Baltimore County DPWT as the director, and I look forward to bringing that as the acting director. I welcome any questions you have for me about my background or the current work at DPWT.
Thank you, Ms. Buckler. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Councilman Ertel.
Question I have, Acting Director Buckler, is why we're not just appointing you director, but that's for another day.
Okay. Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. We both worked at the Maryland Department of Transportation, and I think we both agree this is probably where it's very satisfying as you see the results. I want to commend you for all the work you've done. You've been extraordinarily responsive to our office. And I want to ask about traffic calming. My experience has been that traffic calming is among the toughest issues in local government. Those who live on the roads where speeding is a problem are often passionate supporters, and those who travel on those routes are often firmly opposed. As you know, we had recently a very spirited and controversial project in Kingsville. My office had recommended scaling that back a bit, but the decision was made to go forward. So I just want to ask your opinion on how we could perhaps reform that process, whether we're using a third party to look at those procedures, and the extent to which the council can be involved in making giving advice, making final decisions.
So thank you for those questions. We are looking at our traffic calming policies right now. We do have a third party involved. They're reviewing our traffic policies for traffic calming. We anticipate this to take about 6 months back and forth with them and having them look at what's happening. What we are, based on the issues that you are very familiar with and some of the other on council are familiar with, looking at putting a temporary pause on the installation for some of the controversial ones and looking at the analysis that we've done against the recommendations in our traffic calming manual that we're going to get from this third party. So we can take a fresh look at what analysis was made, what's being recommended, and how we move those forward.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to hear that. I think a lot of my constituents will welcome that investigation and appreciate all the work you're doing in this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, any other members have any questions, comments, thoughts?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Councilman.
I just want to echo what Councilman Ertel said. I think you're perfectly qualified to be the director. And so just take that, okay? And
Thank you, sir.
hopefully we can talk with the county executive and get that done. I really appreciate all of the support you've given my office, and you're always prepared with answers to questions, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Jones?
I want to start by saying go Retrievers.
Thank you.
Sure. And no, but really, I'm serious about go Retrievers. But I do want to congratulate you on the acting position and certainly look forward to you being nominated for the position. I think you've done a great job. I think, we should always be fearful of the quote-unquote expert who shows up out of town with a briefcase when we have so much talent right here in Baltimore County. So I wish you well, and I'll be rooting for you.
Thank you, sir.
Any of the other members? Okay. Ms. Buckler, I have one question for you. There was a time when each council member would meet with the director of DPWT, and we would see a resurfacing list of projects that were scheduled in the upcoming year. I believe it's been several years since that has occurred. And so I was wondering, as part of your administration, could you revise that? And also, the other thing I would ask is to give us, it used to be we'd see the list, but then it'll allow us to either take a picture of it or give us the list so that we can share it with our constituents. Could you restore that program?
I would be happy to restore meeting with you and the transparency to that program. I'm sure, as you're aware, we've been rolling out Paver, a new process to make sure we're being equitable in our paving process. So anytime you're working with a new system and trying to get off the ground, it takes a couple seconds. So we're almost at the point of being able to sit down with you and show you those lists and those results.
It's been a couple of years, so you guys have to figure that out.
Yes.
And, it's a kind of a minimal ask is to show council members and constituents what streets are coming up in the next year. I feel like DPWT can figure that one out.
We can, and we will.
With or without Paver, you guys can do it.
Yes.
Okay,
We can and we
thanks.
will, sir.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, next on the list is, thank you, Ms. Buckler.
Thank you.
Next is the appointment of Ms. Della Lacer from, there's Della. Ms. Lacer, before you, well, go ahead and say a few words. We all know you very well, but Go right ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Let's see if I can stump you with something you might not know. Honorable Chairman, members of the council, I am Della Leister. I am here for an interim appointment as the Director of Health and Human Services and the Health Officer. As most of you know, I am a nurse. I graduated right down here at St. Joseph's, one of its diploma program, great base education, went back to the University of Maryland School of Nursing for my bachelor's. I had a stint at Sinai Hospital for several years where I worked on probably every floor they had because we actually had a decrease in census. I found a little ad in the paper for a community health nurse in Baltimore County. I knew that I loved working in the community as a student and with seniors, so that is where I found my niche. I have stayed with public health for 39 years. Baltimore County has been really good employer to me, and in return, I've dedicated a lot of years of service to the residents of this county. I have worked, and I think most of you probably know, anytime there's a disaster, I'm usually on the scene in the EOC. I spent 36 hours in the EOC for Hurricane Isabel, Tropical Storm Isabel, H1N1. I saw the fear of parents who were waiting in line to get their vaccines, and I never underestimate the value of public health and education to the public about the risk to them. I've also started the hotline. I don't think I need to talk a lot about my response to COVID. If you were at any of our sites, you saw me in and out all the time on the calls, coordinating services for that. But in the heart of all of it, I was in a great position to move up the ranks to lead an incredible team. We still have our challenges. Some of the challenges that I think we're going to continue to face, and those that I will face as the interim director, is recruiting and retaining qualified staff. HHS has an incredible dedicated staff, but we need more, and recruitment and retention is really hard in the social services and healthcare industry. Continued funding, especially grants. We're going to continue to pursue grants because there are a lot of needs for our community that can be filled. And finally, personally, I want to ensure that public health is always visible. Because you know, when public health is doing its job, we are invisible. So we need to be visible. We need to tell people what we're out and about. And finally, the Department of Health is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. We were formed in 1924, and so we are planning some special celebrations, but those celebrations are to the people of Baltimore County, going out and engaging with the community about what they see the health needs are, dealing with the special populations that we face in the community, and tailoring our services to meet those needs. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Leister. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share? Councilman Ertel.
An interim director, Easter. And this is probably not a question you necessarily want to answer, but I just wanted to get your opinion. Do you think that we need to move to, right now, or in the past, we've had a single director of a public health officer and a social services director, or I don't know if that's the correct term, but do you think we're at that point where we need to have two people in those roles versus one, versus a single?
So is your question, we need a director of HHS and then a health officer?
Yes.
Two separate positions? So I think there's some thoughts to be had behind that, but I will tell you that the organization of Health and Human Services, bringing those two agencies together, has been for the betterment of the residents of Baltimore County. The Deputy Director of Social Service and I work closely on joint projects, on joint response to community issues for clients. We have our staff integrated, sharing resources. Clients don't have to go to 3 centers, they go to 1 and they can get all those services. To answer your question specifically, Baltimore County is a growing community. Obviously, the department is somewhat stable in its staffing and its grant funds. So I would have to probably think about that, but right now the structure does work. So I can mention that we do think the structure works within our organization. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Any of the other members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Ms. Leister? Okay. Ms. Leister, did you bring a posse with you today?
I did bring some of the staff
Okay.
right here.
If you're
and I
here to
thank them-
support Ms. Leister,
I
make
thank
some
them
noise.
for joining us.
Okay. Ms. Buckler, you heard that, so, you know, DPW has supporters as well, so the next meeting, and poor Mr. Sachs doesn't know anybody in Department of Economic and Workforce Development yet, so Bradley, you'll have to be his supporter. Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Lister. Thank you for the work you do. Okay, let's keep things rolling here. The next item will be Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance. This is Bill 3124. Okay, I'm going to start off with some general comments. Let me just first thank the co-sponsors of this bill, Councilman Marks, Councilman Ertel, and Councilman Catch. And so why are we doing this? Why are we doing it now? So let me give you a little bit of background on this, share a little background. So back in, I think, February of 2020, the county set up a task force to look at school overcrowding. It was called the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance Task Force. They came up with a set of recommendations. There was stakeholders that represented different components of related to school operations. And they came up with a set of recommendations in November of 2020. And so in November of 2020, those recommendations have just been sitting. And so we thought this year we'd take some action, myself and 3 other sponsors, as well as perhaps some other members of the council. And there were a set of recommendations that came out of this task force in November 2020. And the legislation pretty much mirrors the recommendations of the task force. And I'll briefly summarize them. So one, there's a shift of timing. Well, let me back up and say, there are 3 ways to address school overcrowding. One way is to redistrict, to look at all of our schools and do the math. The second way is school construction, to build new schools. And the third way is to manage the student yield and development and where students will go to school based on new development. Right now in Baltimore County, we have an adequate public facilities ordinance that dates back to the late 1990s. Matter of fact, I worked on it with Jeff Mayhew and Pat Keller back when I was a planner for Baltimore County. And so it was good for the 20th century, but it's not so good for the 21st century. And so here we are in the 21st century in a first world county, a first world nation, and we allow for 115 students to sit in 100 chairs in a school. Any way you look at it, that's bad math. Secondarily, it's unfair to the families and schools that would choose this county to live. Many times people will choose a county to live in and they're looking for where's the best school. Is it over here or east side, west side? That I want to send my child to a good school. If we're able to ease the overcrowding in schools and we raise all schools to a high level of education, then the choice is to move to Baltimore County and to educate your child in Baltimore County at any of our schools, because any of the schools will have sufficient teachers and not put 115 students into 100 seats. So the end game of this is to get back to, our high point will be 100 students and 100 seats, never going over 100% capacity of a school. And so how are we going to get there? We're going to get there by the year 2030. And so incrementally every 2 years, we're going to notch down 5% until we're not at 115%, not putting 115 children into 100 seats, but we're down to, we never put more students than we have seats in the school. 100% is the ceiling on that. So, and the task force set up a game plan for that. And so that's why it was easy to follow the recommendations of the task force. We're going to shift, there's a certificate, a school capacity adequacy test that needs to be passed by someone applying for a permit. And matter of fact, one of the key changes is the timing on when this adequacy test is utilized. It's not when the development plan is submitted, it's when the permits are applied for. Because we have we're able to tell, so let me just back up and say, when the development plan is filed, it could be a range of time that we don't know. as to when there'll be a student yield. When a permit is issued, we have a better range of time as to when the student yield will be. And one of the reasons we got into a jackpot of over Towson being at 130%, schools on the east side being at 150%, is because there were multiple developments out there, and they were all, sometimes they would all come into play and have a student yield at the same time. So we've got schools on the east side that are up about 150% over capacity. Towson High, 130% over capacity. At Towson High, matter of fact, there's 1,200 seats. I don't know how you do this math. Maybe Councilman Ertel can help me with this. There's 1,200 seats and 1,700 students. Capacity is 1,200, 1,700 students. Unconscionable. And so I know that we're going to address that through the capital budget. So Director Reed, thank you for that, and thank you to the administration for that, because we'll have a like new Towson soon. So we're going to address the timing. Secondarily, there was an adjacency exemption. The adjacency exemption in the past, in the 20th century version of the APFO, allowed for, well, if there's no capacity in the school where the student yield will be districted to, if there's capacity in the adjacent district, then we could build that development and have a student yield. And that adjacency exemption allowed for what number? 115%, not 100%. And so we're constantly shooting at a bad goal of 115%, not in the school where it's districted to, but any of the adjacency. So this proposed bill eliminates that adjacency exemption. It creates a committee that would make decisions on these matters, and it's an intergovernmental committee to address school overcrowding, rightfully named, staffed by the Department of Planning, composed of the county council designee from each of the council district, a superintendent designee, a planning department designee, a county executive designee, and a board of education designee. We'd also change the way in which we look at student yield to make it more predictable, more accurate. So what we're trying to do basically is do a couple of things. Come down to a level of 100% rather than 115% by the year 2030, have a better way of predicting student yield, so that when we're making decisions as a governing body on the county council, as a governing body on the school board, that we're using accurate data and we have good thresholds that we're trying to achieve. We're not trying to achieve, if this bill passes, we will no longer be trying to achieve 115%. Does that make sense, everybody? We're going to achieve 100%, never going above 100%. So that's basically what it's all about. I know we've been here a long time, but I would like to offer a comment from the co-sponsors. Councilman Marks?
Thank you very much. I was the sponsor of the resolution that initiated the task force on adequate public facilities ordinance. I want to recognize the representatives on that task force. The task force was chaired by Ms. Irwin from the auditor's office. It was co-signed, the letter transmitting the report was co-signed by the director of the Department of Planning, by a representative from CASE and TABCO, who are two education advocacy groups, by a representative from the PTA Council of Baltimore County, by a representative from the League of Women Voters, by a representative from the Maryland Business Industry Association, the developers, and also by Julie Henn, who was on the Board of Education, elected member of the Board of Education. In fact, my understanding is the Board of Education has actually supported the adoption of this report 4 times in a row. I want to repeat that. The Board of Education has voted 4 times to ask for us to adopt this report. Now, as with any document that's produced by a task force, input is welcome. Comments are welcome. We don't have to agree on everything. I would just say, if you're going to critique this bill today, provide some solutions. It is very easy in government to criticize. Provide us some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. Any of the members have any additional comments? Councilman Ertel.
Yes, so I would add that if this legislation passes, it will also put more emphasis on the county to deal with kind of long-standing issues with overcrowding. So it puts just as much pressure on the county. With this interdepartment committee, there will be now, or there will be an entity that specifically looks at this issue with school capacity as it relates to everything from population growth in existing neighborhoods to development. And that is one of the things we have not done well as a county. We have been reactive versus proactive, and I think this bill goes a long way. The task force put a lot of effort, got a lot of input, and we basically are taking what they spent lots of time on and putting it into legislative form. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ertel. Councilman Katch?
Thank you very much. I am an enthusiastic supporter of this legislation. Councilman Ertel used the word proactive. And if one thing that I don't think this county has necessarily done a very good job of is being proactive. We need to be ready for the future. This administration has gone in that direction, and I do appreciate the administration for that. I talked about earlier that you were talking about the increased density in various areas that we are picking, choosing, and obviously we are going to need schools to accommodate these additional students. And we need an orderly way in order to determine where these schools need to be. And this is looking forward. We do need to look forward. And I appreciate the committee that made these recommendations. I appreciate Liz. And is Julie here? Oh, Julie back there was the chairman of the school board, and she was my student, math student. So you know that she's excellent.
What school?
Tell them what school, Julie.
Excellent school.
Well, it's not in my district, but
It's a good school.
Schools in my district are.
Yes.
So, no, really good. And I appreciate Julie's efforts on the school board. She is an excellent member, and I thank her very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wanted to appreciate you all working on this, and I think leading up to the introduction of the bill and today, we've had conversations, even since I've been getting here, about APFO, and I think that they've been positive. I don't think there's anybody on the council that doesn't want to try and address school overcrowding, and anybody to say otherwise would be inaccurate. That being said, we haven't had any discussions substantively about the bill since it was introduced or circulated. Trying to get my own head wrapped around it. I'm still having trouble, I think, with other folks in how it actually works. I do, as you referenced and the other members and the co-sponsors have referenced, some of the things that it'll do and what it'll create. I'm still left with the question of if you could, or one of the co-sponsors could explain to me how this bill operates in practice, what we're currently doing as a county. And as you referenced, you're saying that this is also to sort of alleviate school overcrowding now, but I don't see that in the bill. I see this trying to and hopefully preventing school overcrowding in the future, but not alleviating what we're at right now. So, I mean, that's two questions there. One, if somebody could just explain to me how, if passed and in practice, this works, one, legislative in the law, and from a perspective of, I've been told from members that are advocates for the bill and from the work group that this is an anti-development, like, fair enough, then how does this work for a developer that's walking through a process we currently have in place? And how does that change with this passage of this bill?
So thank you, Councilman Young. I'll just say that you're right. It doesn't help overcrowding today. It will get us to a point in 2030 when we do have meaningful legislation and guidance on our adequate public facilities, so that, again, we're we're inching our way down over a 6-year period to 100% as the ceiling. But today, you're absolutely right. It doesn't help us today.
Anybody answer how this bill operates if passed? Or is it, I don't know, I mean, is there?
That's pretty detailed.
I know, but this is the first consideration of this piece of legislation during a work session, and I'm a member of the council asking how this bill will work in practice from one of the sponsors or the co-sponsor.
I would ask either Ms. Irwin or Mr. Phillips to address that. Go right ahead.
Oh, is it?
In fact, Ms. Irwin was a member of the task force. Councilman Jones, you had a question?
No, I'll give my comment after.
I was not prepared to testify today. I thought it was going to be next time, and I've been working on the budget. But, okay, let me just get my notes together here.
Also, Ms. Irwin and Mr. Chairman, if, not to put you on the spot, I mean, if there's any.
No, it's fine. I
The
mean,
department can also talk from a perspective. I mean,
no, but I mean, I was, intimately involved in this. I mean, the intent was, if the intent is for the recommendations of the task force to be put into law, I want to explain what the task force recommendations were. I think that there are still a few little tweaks that sort of need to happen to the law to really make everything work, and I'm sure you'll hear from people who feel the same way, that there are some tweaks needed here, especially as far as developments that are already kind of in queue, in the pipeline, because you can't be unfair, obviously. But as far as the process goes right now, what we have is that at the development plan filing date, the county undertakes this process of evaluating what the school capacity looks like. And that's very, very early in the development plan process. It's before the development plan's approved. The developer is submitting a school impact analysis, and the Department of Planning is reviewing that. And there's a process there as far as getting the development approved and having to sort of evaluate, as of the filing date, what's the capacity of the school and how many students are going to be yielded by this development. And there are a number of issues with the process as far as, but I'm not, first I'm just speaking to this timing point, that this was at the time of the development plan filing date. And sometimes in Baltimore County, it can be a very long time from the time of that filing date until the point at which these units are going to come online. So much time. And this is a Baltimore County thing. It has to do with, the process as far as how long the development, getting to the point where the development plan is approved. That can take years sometimes, just from that point, from the development plan filing date until it's approved. Then once it's approved, it can be several more years before anybody's even thinking about building permits. And there can even be extensions to the development plan because of capacity issues with water and sewer, as we've talked about today. So there can be, this process can start dragging out to the point where, and what we saw as a task force was that it could be 10 years or more before you get to the point where the units are going to come online. And that's a problem because during that time, a school that might have been perfectly full of capacity is no longer, because neighborhoods do turn over. It's not just about, developments coming on. It's about, old people moving out and new families moving in and liking those schools. And you have turnover there. And so at that point then, all the way down at the closer to building permit, you got the building permit, finally gets built, students are entering a school that could be 150% of capacity. And now that doesn't make sense to anybody. The public is like, what's going on here? Why are we issuing permits for when we have this situation in these schools? It might be a time when the school system's done everything that they can at that point to try to move students around, or they've got projects being planned, but it just hasn't, it's just like the money hasn't come through yet. Whatever it is, the problem hasn't been solved, and we're putting, and it's very hard to plan and figure out when when a project that's been approved back here, there's a lot of approved developments that are in this limbo land between the development plan approval and the permit time. There's so many units in the committee. I mean, let's put it this way, that the number of units that are in that limbo land period can be a lot or they can be less. It can fluctuate, but the point is there can be a lot of units during that period of time. And so the task force recommended moving the APFO test to the building permit phase 2 of development, which is similar to the timing of these tests for water and sewer and traffic that get done. And that's like a big part of the recommendation. There's also, so how will this actually work, you asked? So it will be that developments, the approval process will no longer be focused on schools, because you don't need to have the discussion about whether the schools can handle the development in order to get them approved. You don't want your affordable housing or obtainable housing projects to be held up in the development approval process, the plan approval process. You don't want that to be held up, the plan, because schools might be overcrowded, because it could be several years before these projects even get to the point where people are talking about building permits. So don't hold up the approvals in the plan approval stage. Let them get further along. And at that point, the county is more aware that, okay, this developer is asking for a permit, and is asking, or is asking where it's really more of a flexible process, where after the plan is approved, the developer has an opportunity to say, I want to get on this list. I want you to check it out. I want to see if there's school capacity. I want to apply for a school capacity approval certificate. So they go to this interdepartmental committee, which is meant to be a diverse group from across the county. Every council member has somebody there to be able to speak to the situations in their communities, there's staffing there of the experts are represented, and they're basically just evaluating the information that's provided and checking off what's met. So if the developer comes and says, I want to apply for a school capacity approval certificate, the committee does its thing, and they look and they determine whether or not the schools are overcrowded that serve that development, what the pupil yield is going to be from that development. And they're going to be applying fair factors. It's going to be done uniformly. It's going to be done in the public, so that it's not like, oh, this particular development happens to be happening in an election district where there hasn't ever been a development of this type of housing, and that the pupil yield factor coming out of that is really not realistic. But sometimes you have really unrealistic pupil yield factors getting applied to developments. So this process will happen
applied by the county?
In the public. Pardon me? It applied, so the pupil yield factor is what goes into the school impact analysis that's performed right now at the early stage. And it determines how many students will be yielded by the development based on the type of the development and the location of the development. So basically, is it single family homes that are attached, detached, and so forth, and is it in election district 1 or 5 or whatever? And so that study is done very early, and the pupil yield factors are determined through analysis, and they're provided by the school system, and they're analyzed based on what developments have happened in that election district. So how many pupils? It's a study, and there are these factors, and they're different for the different election districts across the county. And I'm just saying that that's done way back then in that early development plan filing date stage. This moves that process much further up on the timeline to closer to the permit stage. So after the development plan is actually approved, and the process by which there's some sorting out here as far as that interdepartmental committee where we're leaving it to the experts basically to figure out exactly what factors they're going to recommend. But the idea was that this would be a factor that would be based on square footage of the unit, because you can have a situation where you have a very small, a tiny house basically, and you couldn't possibly put, say it's a detached house, and you couldn't put, how many people could you put in a tiny house? Basically. So it's based on square footage was the idea, because you could have like a luxury townhouse that's really huge and you could fit, you know, maybe a lot more students in it. But the point is, this interdepartmental committee will come up with the way of doing this that's based on square footage.
So the committee's making all of these determinations.
The committee is determining the factor that would be, that yield factor that would be applied fairly across the developments.
What's the county's responsibility then that they no longer have to do then because the committee's doing it?
When you say that the committee is part of the county, it's the administrative review process basically of just determining those factors. And if you know, it's up to you whether you want that committee determining the factors or not, but the idea was to get the process into the sunshine as far as what yield factors we're using and why. Right. And so that those conversations can be had in a public meeting and with input from planning and schools and
because right now
Liz, can I just add one thing that might be helpful?
Yeah.
Just to give you an example, one of the things Liz is talking about is building new kinds of housing in a particular area. So I'll give you an example. We built an apartment building in Towson, right down the street, bunch of years ago. The pupil yield, the thought pupil yield from this building, the Palisades Apartments, was going to be 4 elementary school students. There is an entire bus that fills up at the Palisades every morning now. It's almost 30 kids. So their pupil yield was off by, I don't know what the math on that is, 800%. There's no one really minding the store. It's like the Wild West in Baltimore County. We have a department that routinely comes up with forecast on what a school should, what the population of a school looks like. They claim they're 90% accurate. I've found as a citizen that they're 90% inaccurate. We've had schools in Towson that have been overcrowded. My kids went through BCPS. Every school they were in, the entire time, was grossly overcrowded.
Well, that sounds very informative to me. Mr. Chairman, can we hear from the department on how they actually determine those information, those numbers?
You mean the planning department?
Yeah.
We can. Why don't we schedule that for the next public hearing so that they have a chance to prepare. I would say, and just in answer to your question, because I see where you're going at, Councilman Young, I think what we're trying to get at and what this legislation points to is trying to get a higher level of accuracy in our student yield and a higher level of predictability in our student yield and a higher level and a sense of timing in our student yield. Right. And I think that's the goal of what the committee has, what the task force recommended and what the committee will ultimately be deciding upon. I'd say you have some really good questions. I would say, why don't we have perhaps, I see Director Lafferty here at the next hearing. And this is good that we have 2 hearings as you had recommended, so that we can hear from the departments and the impact that.
And it's all in the task force minutes because we went through the whole process. Pete Gutwald then was the director of planning, and he presented the whole process. Right. Also, we had Pete Dixit from the school system come in and explain, their side of it, and it's all in our minutes.
Right.
Which are.
Staff and I went through the minutes. I guess I'm trying to figure out the interplay between this bill and what the county's responsibility will be and what it will look like for somebody going through that process.
But I wanted to finish with one part, though, which is that as far as getting the school approval certificate, so if it's determined that over the next few years, that there is not enough capacity to support the yield that's expected from that development, the idea would be that that development would get onto a waiting list, and the waiting list would be reevaluated each time the committee meets, which would be quarterly at least. And for whether or not, changes have occurred or whatever the situation may be, that there might be new projections perhaps, or whatever has happened that might have freed up capacity. But if in 5 years there's not enough capacity, at that point the county's been on notice for 5 years, and to be fair and to provide certainty to the development community, after 5 years the development gets the certificate regardless of whether the county has sort of gotten its act together and created enough capacity. It could be a situation where the community is happy with the school the way it is. If the school's 130% and they're not upset about that, they don't mind the learning cottages out back in the field, and everybody's happy and they're not really feeling like they need to add seats, that potentially, I mean, it's doubtful that any community is going to be really satisfied with having their kids, traipse in and out of trailers. I know that it was upsetting for me when my middle schooler had to, tripped actually on his way in from one of the trailers. And maybe that's why I'm a little passionate about this issue.
Nothing wrong with passion, just trying to be accurate.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Jones?
Yes, I appreciate your questions, Councilman Young. I could be wrong, so I'm just going to take a shot at it. But as I understand it, in the past, the planning would look at property types or dwelling types. So they would take into consideration an apartment building. They'd take into consideration a 3-bedroom home versus a 1-bedroom condo. And this bill would sort of move that to a side and look at square footage. So, Ms. Irwin, you gave a good example, which looks good in one direction, but if I wanted to go the other direction, I would say that if you look at square footage, a Mac mansion, a 6,500 square foot Mac mansion is going to yield the same amount of students as 4 3-bedroom apartments. I don't think any of us would think that the 4 3-bedroom apartments are going to be the same as a 55 or 6,500 square foot Mac mansion. But by looking at square footage, you could do that, right?
Well, the current yield factors don't get into how many bedrooms there are. It's more just, single family attached, single family detached, that sort of thing. So I guess the idea was, and everybody you're the policymaker, so this is rightfully what, you're talking about here. The discussion that the task force had, though, was that you can have a situation where you have a very, very large, newer type townhome, not like the old row houses, but like a big, and the idea is it isn't necessarily the buyers of the new home, but the idea that this home is going to potentially yield a lot of space, a lot of living space, which could house potentially more students. And so just that was the idea, that looking at square footage made more sense, because you also don't want to discourage smaller home construction. And if you maybe want to encourage smaller home construction in some cases, so that, because you can't really fit as many people into a smaller home, so perhaps the smaller pupil yield factor will come out of it. But that really isn't that's one piece of this.
Right.
But it was, and it's certainly something to be discussed in depth, but I just don't want to get lost on that one detail where it was this process, and the idea is that if after 5 years there's not enough capacity, then the capacity certificate is still issued. And once this capacity certificate is issued, the developer has 3 years, it expires after 3 years, because that provides more certainty to county government about the timing and being able to process and understand where the new units are coming online, so that the capital projects funds can be directed in the right place, and so that the public's aware of it through this process.
Right, but wouldn't it just make a lot of sense to look at the number of bedrooms in a unit? I mean, a 55,000 square foot McMansion with 3 bedrooms is only, I mean, people aren't going to be sleeping in the living room or the kitchen.
These are your policy discussions, I'd say.
Okay.
I just
Let me
want
ask
telling
you-
you what this task force, I'm
Let
trying
me
to
ask
tell
you
you
one
what the
more
task
question.
force did.
The bill that's being proposed, is this the same bill that was proposed, that came out of the task force, what, 3.5 years ago?
We did not write a bill in the task force. We provided a report with recommendations, and the recommendations were not recommendations that were locked into a time period. In fact, they were developed having looked over many, many years worth of information and an awareness of what the process looks like in Baltimore County. And they were meant to be more of a timeless, we were trying to actually make recommendations that would stand the test of time. So yes, that was done. We issued our report in December of 2020. And we had, we did sort of intense work there from the summer into that fall of 2020 when it was COVID.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Councilman.
Mr. Chairman, number one, I really appreciate everyone's hard work. I think Councilman Young said it best. No one wants overcrowded schools. Clearly, we want the kids in Baltimore County to get the very best education we can give them. And that includes the very best facilities to, in fact, provide the best education for them. I do have some concerns with the bill. And number one, when I looked at some of the research, I found that, say, 5 years ago or 6 years ago, Montgomery County, Howard County, and Anne Arundel County, all of them made changes to their APFO rules, making it more restrictive. Now, all of them have since went on a course of reversing course. In fact, Anne Arundel County, a year ago, basically adapted our current APFO regulations and scrapped the ones they had. And I'm just curious, is it a good idea to go down a road that has a dead end when you see three counties in reverse backing up saying it's a dead end, don't go there? So I'm just curious whether or not that's a good idea. The second part of the bill that sort of concerns me some, and I always think about unintended consequences, the bill has no adjacency rules, so you can't look at the side capacity of schools that are adjacent. Yet it would appear as this may contradict the state rules, which require you to utilize adjacency capacity before they fund new schools or additions. So, I think we need a clear example of whether or not this is going to give us any problems with the state as it relates to being a good partner with Baltimore County and helping us build new schools. The third part is, and this is a big one that I think we should really keep in mind. Baltimore County is in a state of decline. Let me say that again. Baltimore County is in a state of decline. It has not been since the 1800s before Baltimore County has had a population decrease. In the last 2 years, Baltimore County population has declined. Now, I'm not an economist, but I know what happens when you have population fleeing your jurisdiction. What happens is people demand the services, employees demand raises, the requests go up, the tax base is shrinking, you have nothing to do then but increase taxes on the people that are there, which then motivates some of them to leave, then motivates others not to come, and you get on this spiral, And we can look at so many jurisdictions across the country and some in the state of what happens when population flees. And I'm not saying we at a point where we should be, where the house is on fire. But when you see 2 years of decline, the caution light should be flashing. The caution light should be flashing because we're dealing with the economic health of Baltimore County, to which we give more than 51% of all of the money we collect to the schools. So let's just be careful before we start short-circuiting the economic growth of Baltimore County. The third part is, number one, I appreciate all the people that participated in the APFO task force. But what concerns me a little bit is it was 3.5 or 4 years ago, almost a different world. 3.5 or 4 years ago, we had professionals, we had people who came forward and participated in the task force. And it should be noted that the only people on the operational side of Baltimore County Public Schools, to which we give $2.6 billion to do these things and educate our kids, the only people was Baltimore County Public School Board member Julie Henn, which I have tremendous respect for and appreciate her participation, and a principal, a teacher that was there representing TABCO. Let me just go the other way. There was no one representing, like the superintendent, Baltimore County Public Schools Facilities Department, Baltimore County Public Schools Operations Department, and all the critical areas for Baltimore County Public School. These are the professionals to which we trust to educate our kids and provide the best facilities possible. These professionals have institutional knowledge, and they can dive deep into these complex issues. Now, probably another important concern that I'm trying to work it through in my head, the lack of participation that the Baltimore County Public Schools have been with this process. These are the professionals that we pay and trust to run our school system. Now, some people say, well, they're not doing a great job, or they are doing a great job, or they can do better. Let me just say this. We only have one Baltimore County Public Schools. And these are the people we pay. These are the people that we trust to do the right thing. So what have they been doing? Well, in the last 2 years or the last 5 years, they've had reboundary studies. Most of us should know that Baltimore County has enough seats for every student in Baltimore County. Let me say that again. Baltimore County has enough seats for every student in Baltimore County. We have enough seats for every high schooler. We have enough seats for every middle schooler. We have enough seats for every elementary school. Now, that involves you have to move the kids around. And I'll just say this real fast. If you took a group of parents and you say, this school is overcrowded, how many people don't like that? They all would raise their hand. Then you say to the same parents, how about we do a redistricting study so we can move some of these kids out and move them next door? No hand's gonna go up. Let me just say this. The school system, in addition to doing the redistricting studies and having done that, they invested literally thousands and thousands of dollars on this thing called My iPass. It was all around the county. It was a 20-year plan to address school overcrowding and to produce new schools. And where? My iPass. And we are in the middle of instituting or implementing that plan, building schools. And as it relates to one of the things I picked up on the internet, I looked at, okay, so let's look at how many schools are there above 115% that are overcrowded. I came up with 9 schools. I'm going to save people time and not go into it. 9 out of 176 schools. That's about 7.3438%. 9 out of 176 schools. So I guess for me, you know, I care an awful lot about Baltimore County, and I certainly don't want overcrowded schools. But I guess want us to be very careful when we do something that may make matters worse. And I think we can learn an awful lot from Anne Arundel County's experience, Montgomery County experience, and Howard County experience. Now, I haven't even gotten into the thing of trying to provide affordable home ownership for people who want to move to Baltimore County. I haven't even got to that part. I'm going to save that for another day. But this will certainly something we should really think really hard about. I think before we do any of these things, that we should hear from the school system. We should ask the professionals to which we trust, because so far, to be quite frank, it's not a 100% fact that somehow development is causing overcrowded schools. If you read the Anne Arundel County report, which they have tremendous professionals on the commission that came up with their report, they make it clear that the cause of overcrowding in Anne Arundel is turnover of housing units, not new development. And you can look at some of the places here in Baltimore County. What you will find is people moved in 40 years ago. They had 3 kids. They all went to public schools. They all moved away. 20 years later, they move out. New family moves in with 3 or 4 kids, and the cycle starts all over again. So I just want us to be real careful when you think about Baltimore County, the economic vitality of Baltimore County, because if the county is suffering economically, then so will our schools suffer economically, because that's the source of funding for our schools. And we need every dollar that the state can give us. So we should make sure we're not going to do anything that causes the state to somehow not be a good partner and help us build more schools. And by the way, I'm going to save more time. I'm not going to get into all the schools that are in the pipeline right now that are being built, that are in the design phase, that have been funded. I'm not even getting into all of that, whether it be Towson or Delaney or Deer Park Elementary. I'm not even going to get into that list. But the point is, we should just be cautious. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I appreciate that, and we all have thoughts about this, and I would just add one comment to it. Councilman Young asked, how will this help us today? And as I mentioned, it'll help us in 2030, but I would also say that back in 2020, in November of 2020, when the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance Task Force made its recommendations, and we had legislation put in place at that time and adopted it, we would be implementing those recommendations in 2025 or 2026. So we'd be ahead of the curve instead of behind the curve. I know that we all have differing opinions on that. I'm disappointed that it delayed so long, but now it's in front of us and we're going to move forward with this. I want to thank all the Councilman Crandall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your last comment, I would say if we did consider a bill that is very similar to this back in 2021, you don't know that it would have worked or not. And that's part of my problem with this bill. I mean, Mr. Chair, you made a grandiose statement that this bill will get Baltimore County Public Schools to base even capacity-wise with student population as compared to capacity by 2030, which I think is a pretty grandiose statement because the bill only addresses development and development contribution to school population. And it's pretty evident, at least it's been on my time in the council, that the formulas have never been right. So we're talking about, like, let's move to a formula that says square footage only, and that's going to be the metric that we use to describe student yield, or I'm sorry, pupil yield. Well, we've used other formulas in the past, they haven't worked, and I'm kind of looking at square footage and, well, wait a second, in my district, we have row homes that shouldn't, but do, have multiple families in those row homes with 5 or 6 kids in those row homes. And these are little 2-story, 20-foot wide, sort of old school 1950s Dundalk row homes. Then you'll have larger houses, a lot of square feet, to I think Councilman Jones's point, that there's 2 kids per family. So how do we get this right, especially if we're only focusing on one contributing factor to school population, which is new home construction? So I'm looking at a school in my district that was over capacity a few years ago and then jumped by like 20 points with almost no new development. So where did all of those students come from for a 20-point jump in population when there wasn't major development and major use and occupancy permits coming online? Well, it came from the fact that the school is a magnet school. If you remove 250 of the magnet school kids that are not districted to go to that school, I'm not advocating for that. It's a great program. Kudos to Baltimore County Public Schools for having such a successful program. But take those 250 magnet kids out that aren't districted to that school, you're almost at baseline, as Councilman Patoka was saying, 100 to 100. Also consider immigration factors. I do not believe that the formulas that were in place for years now, and formulas that were rethought and redone a few years ago, anticipated the pace and the amount of immigrants that would be coming to Baltimore County. They're coming to Baltimore County with kids, families are coming, kids have to go to school. So that is definitely a factor, probably an unforeseen factor that has led to more students in schools. And if you look at the Southeast region, look at the Baltimore County Public Schools student count, the revised version, I believe the revised 2022, the revised version says the Southeast area has seen the most number of Hispanic students, new Hispanic students to the system in all of Baltimore County. So this bill does not contemplate things like immigration, things like programming at schools that parents want to get their kids into. So while I understand the spirit of the bill, I want us to be really, really careful about making grandiose promises when we're really not looking at the whole aspect of, and I'm not even going to call it a problem, because the school that I mentioned, Sparrows Point High School, that is a high-performing school. And I'm going to stick up for that staff and that principal and those parents and those kids, because that's a high-performing school. There's a reason that that people from outside of the district want to go to that school. It's a high level of parental involvement. There's an outstanding athletic program. There's an outstanding academic program. There's an outstanding magnet program there. So why wouldn't you want your kid to go to school there? And just because the school is overcrowded, there aren't major behavioral issues. There are some, obviously, but not nearly what we have in other schools. It is overcrowded. The schools, the students every year, senior class per capita, gets just as much, if not more money, more scholarship money coming in than any other school in Baltimore County. Sends per capita just as many kids to college as any other school in Baltimore County of its size, if not more. So it's a successful school. So I think we need to also be really careful about saying overcrowded school, underperforming, bad school, because that is certainly not the case. That could be the case, and no one wants their kids in an overcrowded school and missing out on opportunities and having a bad learning environment. But we need to be really careful about saying, oh, we have this overcrowding crisis, so let's do this bill because it's a panacea, no matter what the consequences are to economic development, because this is a panacea to our overcrowding problem, when I don't see that it is. And I think that we really need to dig into the dirty little details of this bill that will have long-term consequences and will be hard to back out of if we find that we need to back out of it. So I just, again, I'm kind of agreeing, or not kind of, I'm agreeing with Councilman Jones in that we need to be really careful here, and we need to not lead with assumptions that simply aren't true. And those assumptions are things that I mentioned, that development purely drives school population. It's not true. There are other factors that we're not considering. We are operating under the assumption that an overcrowded school is automatically a bad school. That's not necessarily the case either. It's a bad assumption for us to take in to a very complex issue that demands a very thoughtful and very thorough approach. And that's what I'm going to advocate here for us over the next couple of weeks as we approach a vote on this and potential amendments. So thanks for giving me so much time, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Crandall. And I know we're going to deliberate over this as we move forward, and then we have another work session on this. I think one goal we all have is to give our students the best shot possible at getting a fine education here in Baltimore County. And I think that's the end goal. Okay, with that, I think everybody's had a chance to speak. Why don't we give some of the folks that have signed up a chance to speak? And so, Ms. Belcastro, could you call up the first speaker, please?
Our first speaker, Mr. Chair, is Tiara Booker Dwyer, who is online. Ms. Booker Dwyer, you are a panelist and you would begin your testimony.
Hi, yes. Good evening, Chair Patoka and members of the County Council. I am Tiara Booker Dwyer, Chair of the Baltimore County Board of Education. The Legislative Committee of the Board of Education met yesterday evening to discuss this bill, and the full board will engage in discussion of this bill at an upcoming board meeting. As a result, I am speaking as an individual tonight. We all have a common goal of alleviating overcrowding in our schools, and I greatly appreciate you initiating action on the recommendations presented by the task force. However, the bill as currently written is deeply flawed and will unlikely achieve its intended goal of reducing school overcrowding. As written, the bill may exacerbate educational inequities, jeopardize the school system's eligibility for state capital funds for construction projects, and it infringes upon the defined authority of the Board of Education as described in several education articles. For example, the proposed development of an interdepartmental committee poses challenges as the Board of Education and school systems are not a department of Baltimore County government. The proposed process for selecting committee members lacks transparency and alignment to research-informed equitable practices. The proposed capacity determinations may not be in alignment with state requirements. Capacity determination for state funding are established by the Interagency Commission on School Construction. Not adhering to these state capacity requirements may jeopardize our funding for school construction and renovation projects. This bill does not address how Baltimore County government intends to subsidize the millions of dollars in school construction funding that may be lost if the school system no longer meets state's requirements as a result of passing this bill. We are all in agreement that 115 students cannot fit into 100 seats. I recommend this bill be redesigned in partnership with Baltimore County Public Schools and guided by insights from research and experts from the Interagency Commission on School Construction. Additionally, I recommend that the County Office of Law collaborate with the General Counsel and Board Counsel on the language in this bill to ensure legal sufficiency, because as the bill is currently written, there are several concerns with the language in alignment to legal areas. I look forward to continued collaboration and partnership as we work together to improve our schools and alleviate overcrowding for Baltimore County school students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Booker Dwyer. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Ms. Booker Dwyer? Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. Ms. Booker Dwyer, I'm sorry. Ms. Booker Dwyer, this is Councilman Marks. One of the points where I agree with the home building industry is the lack of initiative to redistrict. I graduated from Perry Hall High School in 1991. I don't think they have redistricted in the past 33 years. I know the board has redistricted at the elementary and middle school level, but why has the board not undertaken a comprehensive redistricting of the high school seats, particularly in the east side of the county?
I appreciate that question. So we redistrict when it is necessary. We know that families do not like to be broken up. There's history associated with certain families in school districts. We're not taking it off the table to look holistically at the entire Baltimore County and to redistrict. But right now, it doesn't necessitate that. And we don't want to have to move students and disrupt families just for the sake of redistricting. We really want it to be purposeful, and we want it to be done in collaboration with school communities. And so we're not saying that it's not on the table, but it's not a priority for us at this time.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that response, but one of the things we are going to Thank you. I appreciate that response. One of the things we are going to hear from the coming speakers is that we're not redistricting. And, you know, I think it is in the public interest to look at redistricting when you have imbalances throughout the county. I'm just trying to head this off to the past because we're going to hear that over the next couple minutes, redistrict, 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 and no one ever wants to take responsibility.
Any additional? Go ahead, Ms. Booker Dwyer.
Yeah, so as I said, we are always happy to look at it if it necessitates redistricting. As Council Member Jones stated, we only have 9 schools right now that are over 115% capacity. And so to redistrict an entire county for 9 schools, that would be truly disruptive to families and to the educational environment at this time. But like I said, nothing is off the table. These are all things that I will take back to the full board for discussion to examine redistricting. But right now, it's just not our priority when we are really focused still on trying to improve student achievement and addressing budget deficits. So that is our focus right now, is ensuring that there's quality curriculum, quality teachers and leaders in the schools. And so redistricting the entire Baltimore County is not the top of our priority when we're really focused on student achievement.
Okay. Thank you very much for answering that. Take care.
Councilman Ertel? Okay. Any additional questions? Thank you, Ms. Booker Dwyer. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Graff, followed by David Murphy. Ms. Graff, you're on as a panelist. You may begin your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association, Lori Graff. Our members provide housing throughout the state, and we have a strong presence in Baltimore County. A lot of what I was going to mention has already been mentioned, but I just want to kind of touch on a few things. As I'm sure you're aware, Maryland and Baltimore County is having a housing crisis. The governor has recently come out with 96,000 units short statewide, and those are already people living in our communities. You talk about people doubling and tripling up in these houses because people don't have a place to live. We need to make sure we're moving forward and not backwards on this housing crisis. The governor has come out and said, if we don't do something now, we will continue to have a housing shortage of 5,000 per year on top of that 96,000. These are, again, already people that are living in our community. This bill is a step in the wrong direction. It's going to constrain an already difficult housing market, and we would make the argument that this is not going to fix your overcrowding. And I know this was already discussed. It's disingenuous to say this is going to create prevent school overcrowding when we know that this is not necessarily the issue. Schools, Baltimore County schools have a household turnover. That is why we have housing. That is why schools are over capacity. This is not something that's unique to this county. It was already mentioned, Montgomery County has switched. They basically got rid of their moratoriums in favor of a tier system. They found that economic development was really hurt by these types of policies. Anne Arundel County adopted Baltimore County's programs very recently. Councilman Julian Jones mentioned the Anne Arundel County report. I would encourage anyone to look at that. That is a report that really talks about the housing shortage, and it talks about, I understand that it's Anne Arundel County, but it does really touch on some of the issues that Baltimore County is dealing with. And lastly, I would like you to think about the fact that this will hurt your ability to get school construction funding. If you go to the Interagency Commission on School Construction's website, you can see all the factors that go into getting your funding. This will certainly hurt that ability. Also, it feels like hours ago, but at this point, you talked about your budget, you talked about various other things, dealing with economic development. This is only going to further hamper Baltimore County's ability to build more housing. And while schools are absolutely a priority, we do believe that we should be redistricting further. We need to look at redistricting. It sounds like if the school capacity numbers go down, maybe redistricting would be more on the table. We absolutely have to look at redistricting. This is not going to solve your problem with school overcrowding, and it will only exacerbate our housing crisis. So with that, we would ask that you really take a look at this. This report's old. School enrollment's down. We know that, as well as the population is down. So I would just ask you to really take a thoughtful approach to this before we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graff. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts, Ms. Graff? Okay, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is David Murphy, who is here in person, followed by David Thaler, who is also here in person.
Good afternoon, Chairman Patoka, members of the County Council. My name is David Murphy. I'm with Elm Street Development. Elm Street has a long history of developing residential communities throughout Baltimore County. Our most recent project is Greenlee, which is located in Mill River. We're proud of the projects that we've developed over the years throughout the county. We want to continue to invest in Baltimore County. I'm here today to testify in opposition to Bill 3124 because I'm concerned that this bill will effectively shut down development in the county and will not have a positive impact on school overcrowding. Baltimore County, as others have said, has a housing problem. The problem isn't overdevelopment. The problem is that we have a housing shortage. New housing brings new investment. New housing attracts employers that bring new jobs to the county. New housing isn't a bad thing. And looking last year in 2023, building permits were at historic lows. They're 20% of what other jurisdictions are doing. And I'm concerned that we're looking at shutting down development rather than relooking at how schools are utilized. I'm concerned with the fact that school enrollment numbers over the last 3 years have been down, yet school capacity numbers have also been down, and this is with recently adding 2 new schools. So I really think we need to look at how the utilization of our schools rather than looking to shut down future development. I'm also concerned that this bill will create an environment that creates uncertainty and will dissuade future investment in the county, making it very challenging for developers like myself to have projects financed. By proposing to cap the number of years that one can pull building permits for a project, capping it to 3 years, creates a scenario where millions of dollars in investment can be put into a project, and then the ability to build houses based on that investment could be forfeited within 3 years and potentially force a developer to wait 5 years to begin to resume sales. That just will not work. So I encourage the county council to please relook at school utilization, look at school utilization with within all 5 planning areas, how long-term capacity is being forecasted in light of the $2.5 billion that is proposed in future investment going forward, and ask you to please vote no on Bill 3124.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, thoughts? Councilman Marks.
Mr. Murphy, I want to acknowledge your work in getting Nottingham Middle School funded. We had a crisis in Perry Hall. You stepped up to the plate. I wish more people did that, and I want to thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. I appreciate that.
Any additional questions for Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Thaler.
Our next speaker is David Thaler, followed by Dana Johnson, who is online.
Good evening, Chairman Patoka and members of the council. I'm here to speak against Bill 3124. My name is David Thaler. I'm a lifelong Baltimore County resident and the president of D.S. Thaler & Associates, which will soon celebrate its 50th anniversary of performing surveying, land planning, and engineering in Baltimore County. According to the United States Census Bureau, Baltimore County's population peaked at about 853,000 3 years ago and dropped by 0.3% in 2020 and almost 0.6% in 2021 and 2022. The population, according to the Bureau, is expected to continue to drop between now and 2029, and with a declining population for the foreseeable future, I wonder if now is really the time to pass this legislation. But we have a more immediate problem, I think, on our hands in Baltimore County, and that is an acute housing shortage. Maryland Comptroller Brooke Lehrman published Maryland 2023, the State of the Economy, and it indicates that Maryland is suffering a significant outmigration, especially in the 24 to 44 age cohort. The state is losing population as Marylanders are moving away to states where the cost of living and taxes are lower. And the report states, and I quote, "Low availability of affordable housing for lower and middle income households appears to be the primary driver of the outmigration trend." Now, this housing problem exists in Baltimore County. In 2022, Baltimore County amazingly issued only 365 residential permits, of which 45 were for multifamily units. Compare this with a 10-year trailing average of about 1,100 permits a year or so, and by comparison, in that year, Prince George's County issued 4,900 permits compared to Baltimore County's 365. Housing is just getting more and more expensive. Bill 3124 will only exacerbate this situation. We all know it will do nothing to alleviate school overcrowding and will only further strangle housing in the county, especially affordable housing, which we urgently need. The solution to overcrowding is redistricting or building a new school, which arguably may not be necessary if the population continues to decline. But regardless, stopping construction on new homes in Baltimore County, where we are desperately short and desperately need them, is not the answer. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thaler. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts for Mr. Thaler? Thanks again.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I do.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Well, not necessarily for you, Mr. Thaler, but so, I mean, here's the conundrum. So the development community and the housing advocacy community both want to see more affordable housing opportunities in Baltimore County, yet we don't want overcrowded schools. But we're saying build more high density. We want to build more high density. So you can't have both.
Well,
I'm not challenging
I
you
agree.
personally. I'm just
Councilman
saying that this is the conundrum that we're in, especially if we're going to be looking at a bill that says that development, new home construction is primarily responsible for overcrowding of schools.
As you, I thought, very brilliantly, pointed out, just because a school is overcrowded doesn't mean it's a bad school. That's first of all. Second of all, there's only 9 or so overcrowded schools out of, how many was it, 90?
176.
This bill is a solution in search of a problem. And frankly, nothing that a new high school on the east side really wouldn't fix, that we've only been talking about as long as I can remember.
And I'm hoping we're closer than we were then.
We've been talking about it since Mr. Marks was at high school.
Well, I can jump in there.
Well, I'm talking about in the southeast, little 7th district myopic up here, you know that? But it just, that is the situation that as legislators that we find ourselves in, is that there's not a lot of consistency in policy that says that we want to make it easier for high density housing in certain parts of Baltimore County, yet we don't want to overcrowd our schools. So we're going to stop the investment. So I guess that our MyPass program can catch up. I'm not quite, it's just, I'm not saying it's you or the development community at fault here. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying this is the policy conundrum that I think that we find ourselves in. And this bill is not the panacea to the problem.
Well,
It's just not.
But I think it's more than that. I think this bill is counterproductive, because if we just heard from the school board, if this bill passes without the adjacency, the county will lose the state funds and be less able to build new schools, which is one of the solutions to school overcrowding.
Fair enough.
And we definitely, there's a housing shortage in the county. We're seeing a decrease in population. This is a county of about 850,000 people, 300 permits. It's very unhealthy. It will have bad economic development implications going forward. We need more housing.
And I understand the case that you're making, David. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I just, I do want to be clear, though, that I'm not saying that an overcrowded school is okay, but we have to look at other factors. Is that school successful despite being over capacity? Well, why is that school being successful despite being over capacity? Are we encouraging the school system to actually take a look at that? And what measures is that particular school undertaking that could be implemented in other places as we try to tackle this so-called housing shortage?
But just I think you're absolutely right. We say overcrowded, it must be awful. That does not make it awful. Does it have good teachers? Does it have good programs? Is it a Magnus school? Does it have good athletics? These are the things that make a school successful. And I think it was Councilman Jones who pointed out the schools that are overcrowded are the ones that everybody wants to get into. Okay, they're the good schools. Where we really ought to be putting our resources is on the schools that nobody wants to get into. They're the ones that really need the help, like Patapsco, just to name one on the east side. I hope I didn't hurt anybody's feelings.
Well, if you play music, you want to go to Patapsco, believe me. Program is excellent. But
should I point out that I'm the official?
But I understand your point, and any realtor will tell you, where do my clients want to go and move? They want to go where there's good schools. So if you look at a school like Sparrows Point High School on the realtor websites, one of the highest rated schools in Baltimore County as far as parents wanting to send their kids there.
And Perry Hall.
So,
and Perry Hall, for that matter.
right.
Should I point out that I'm the official Baltimore County bagpiper and endowed a program at Dundalk High School in bagpiping?
Well, you already did, so I don't know if it's the right time or appropriate or not, but it's out there.
Councilman
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying not to belabor this, but
Gotcha.
it's an important issue.
I guess I have one quick observation, and again, I could be totally wrong, but it's been my experience that when we think about the life cycle of a school and what goes into building a new school, number one, school's overcrowded, population has grown in the area, we need a new school. Number two, the school is dilapidated, is very old, is inefficient, and we need to build a new school. We generally don't build a new school unless we meet one of those criteria. So the other part of the life cycle is population goes down, and we could look at a county right up the road, population goes down, it's inefficient to have that school, and now we're closing schools. So it would be great if we had a perfect equilibrium, but sometimes it's almost like either you're moving forward or you're not. And when you think about the economy and the trends of Baltimore County, it's like a big, giant ocean liner. It takes a while to turn things around if you start going in the wrong direction. That's all I had to say.
Well, I'm sure you remember as well as I do how many schools we closed in the past before we turned that ship around. And school sites that we sold off that we could be using now.
Bingo. Bingo. Mr. Thaler, I have a question.
Sir.
So if you're contending that our population's dropping and that most of our schools are undercrowded, how is it that APFO, this kind of regulation, would stop development in the county? Because aren't we saying if we only have 9 schools in the whole county, as you contend, or as everyone's contended, that where is that going to stop development? When we only have 9. And guess what? In the 6th district, I represent from Charles Street to Route 40. I have 4 high schools. 2 of them are 2 of the most overcrowded high schools in the county.
Delaney and Towson?
Nope, Towson High and Overly High. And then every other one is right at capacity. So, but if you're telling, and I'm not saying you, but there's been many people that have said that our high school, we're losing population and we don't have, and we have plenty of capacity to redistrict. Now, sometimes that redistricting might be, we have Sparrows Point, which is at 130% capacity, and we have capacity, let's say, at Randallstown High. Are we going to bus kids an hour across the Beltway? Because that's the only way you get them there unless we're doing helicopter service. So some of the redistricting isn't practical unless we're shifting everybody, we're putting Towson kids in Pikesville and sending Pikesville kids to Woodlawn.
Yeah, but where I think most of the overcrowding is on the high schools on the east side, Overly, Perry Hall, Sparrows Point, I probably forgot another one. And I think what you're finding is the population is like a pig going through the boa, okay? That the overcrowding started in the elementary schools and then the middle schools were overcrowded. I don't believe there is a single overcrowded middle school in Baltimore County, and now it's in principally the east side and southeast side schools. So I think that this is a problem that's, and Baltimore County, it's not me saying we're losing population, it's the Census Bureau saying we're losing population. And I think that what we're doing is that we're like the generals fighting the last war. We all grew up in the era of rapid growth in Baltimore County. The county executive still says, how quickly Baltimore County is growing. And since COVID, things have changed. And that's what worries me a little bit about adopting the task force report. It's a pre-COVID report. Traffic patterns have changed, school generation rates have changed, and I think this bill, everybody's intention is good. I certainly don't fault that, but I think this bill is deeply flawed. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, Mr.
Thank you,
Thaler,
sir.
I have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you think sending a child to an overcrowded school is the best shot at that child getting a quality education?
It may very well be, okay? If they're going to, if it's Towson, okay, if they're going to Towson, the best public schools in Baltimore County are the equivalent of the private schools in Baltimore County. My family went, went everywhere, and I think that school, Towson, Delaney, Sparrows Point, can give that kid as good an education as they can get anywhere. And the fact that they're overcrowded means that that's where the parents want their kids to go. They didn't, they wouldn't be overcrowded.
So yes, you did answer that you can get a good education there, but I think every family, every parent wants to offer their child the best opportunity for an education. And so that's what we're trying to do through this legislation, is we're not trying to sit on the sidelines and watch the world go by. We're trying to be proactive in taking our best shot as a governing body to give every child and every family, every parent to give their child not a good education, but the best shot at that child getting a quality education.
You're absolutely right, but what it is sacrificing is the housing in Baltimore County that we increasingly desperately need, and this bill, the way it is, will only restrict, if it works as designed, will only restrict that portion of school generation that comes from new development, which frankly is very small. And what I think we ought to be doing is improving the schools. I completely agree with you and the council, but it's the low-performing schools that need our resources.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thaler.
Thank you, sir.
Let me just, I'm going to make, this is not to you, Mr. Thaler, this is to everyone else. This is going to make everybody agitated one way or another. Is we had a hearing scheduled at 6 o'clock on the budget. So what we're going to do, just to let everybody know if they need a bathroom break or anything, we're going to get through the speakers on APFO. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back and do a budget hearing. Then we're going to come back and finish the work session. I know everyone's going to get agitated on that, but it's the only way that I feel like we can be fair to everyone or unfair to everyone. So let's continue, Ms. Belcastro, on the speakers on APFO. Okay. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro. We're going to continue on with APFO.
Our next speaker is Dana Johnson, who is online. Ms. Johnson, you may begin your testimony, and that's followed by Julie Henn.
Good evening. My name is Dana Johnson. I'm the president and CEO of Homes for America. We are a nonprofit housing organization with a mission to build and preserve quality, service-enhanced, sustainable housing. We serve residents of Baltimore County and have several staff and board members who are county residents. I'm here today to urge the council to push the pause button on this bill. I strongly agree with Councilman Jones that the impacts of the bill as currently drafted would be wide-ranging and would have many unintended consequences for the economy of the county and therefore its tax base. While I understand redistricting is challenging, I want to highlight that prohibiting new housing will also be a political and long-term economic problem for the county. In a recent poll conducted in March by Greater Washington, 72% of Marylanders agree that local lawmakers are not doing enough to create more rental and homeownership opportunities for households in every income bracket. 81% of respondents said homes have become less affordable. The challenge of housing affordability is no longer just a problem for low-income residents. The housing supply problem has moved up the income spectrum to impact most renters and would-be homebuyers. Housing costs ranked second on the list of issues that Marylanders think are most important, behind inflation but ahead of crime. Your constituents care about housing affordability. There's no way to address this problem of housing affordability without building more housing supply. This bill would close off that option in a huge percentage of the county, dooming the county to continued constrained supply and escalating costs of housing. As other speakers have pointed out, the county has been losing population, and housing is key to economic growth. If people cannot find housing, they will leave the county. Young people, families, seniors, all will have to move elsewhere. Businesses will have difficulty finding workers and will also choose to relocate. There are a number of fixes that could make this bill less harmful, but I urge the council to take a step back and evaluate other strategies to deal with the problems of school overcrowding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any of the members have any questions or comments? Okay, thanks again, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Julie Henn, who is here in person. After that, it will be Kim Beard.
Good evening.
Ms. Henn. Good evening, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Council Chair Patoka and Honorable Council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening as an individual member of the Board of Education and as a member of the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance Task Force in enthusiastic support of Bill 3124. I have served on the board since 2016 and have also served on the County Executive's Executive Steering Committee for My iPass, the multi-year improvement program for all schools. I applaud the Council's foresight in creating the APFO task force, as in doing so, you accepted responsibility for addressing in the long term school overcrowding in Baltimore County. When you pass Bill 3124 in a few weeks, you will have accomplished this goal. While you each have many other accomplishments, I hope you will take pride in knowing that you made schools in Baltimore County safer for all. I can think of few more meaningful legacies. Bill 3124 represents the best of government: balance, compromise, and effectiveness. The solutions it includes are data-driven, reasonable, backed by research, and flexible. It not only has bipartisan support, but the support of members of all stakeholder groups. The Board of Education voted unanimously the past 4 years to include the implementation of the APFO Task Force recommendations on our list of annual legislative priorities. In addition to serving on the task force, I have studied the bill closely, and there simply are no adverse impacts on schools, fiscal, operational, or otherwise. It will not have any effect on the current state or county capital improvement programs and will not affect funding for these programs. What it will do is inform future capital budgets and enable better planning and better decision-making. Let me be clear. Bill 3124 does not stop development. It asks when. There is a time for everything, and the time for this greatly needed reform is now. I appreciate your attention, and I thank you for your support.
Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Henn. And you represent the 5th District as I do, so we both represent the same geographic areas. Just a couple questions. My understanding is that the task force had 6 meetings, right, between September 9th and November 18th, 2020. And during those meetings, was there input from the school system and other stakeholders?
There was.
Okay. And it's been said before that the superintendent did not have a representative, but you were on there as a Board of Education member, correct?
That is correct. And this bill does not include operational issues affecting the school system. So it would not have been appropriate for members with operational responsibilities to participate in the details that the task force concerned itself with, which were legislative in nature. It was appropriate for the members that participated to take part in that. The policymakers, myself as a member of the Board of Education, for instance.
Right, and the county council essentially is the banker, right? We are the ones who pay for the capital improvements.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your service in the task force.
Thank you, Councilman Marks.
Any additional questions? Ms. Henn, I have one question. You said that the School Board Legislative Committee passed this 4 years in a row.
The full board did,
The full
yes,
board.
sir.
And so this year we're hearing something different. What is your take on that?
I can only speak to the action that the full board took. Each year, we develop our annual legislative priorities, both at the county and state level. And on that list of priorities, the implementation of the APFO task force recommendations has been included as a legislative priority since 2021. It was passed by the full board this year, 2024 as well.
So that's really interesting because we heard something quite different earlier this evening. Thank you, Ms. Henn. Any additional, Councilman Ertel?
Thank you, Councilman Patoka.
Ms. Henn, thank you for being here, and thanks for all your work on this. Ms. Booker Dwyer testified against this bill. She apparently is on the school board. How long has she been on the school board?
She joined she was recently appointed, and she
I understand she's the chair, but how long has she been on the board?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Distracted by other conversation.
Yeah, we've got side conversations going on up here.
She was appointed in the board to fill a vacancy. I don't know the exact date offhand.
So she didn't really have the history of what was going on for the last 3 years.
That is correct.
Thank you, Councilman Ertel. Any additional questions for Ms. Henn? Thank you so much, Ms. Henn. Next.
Thank you.
Please.
Our next speaker is Kim Beard, followed by Michael Greenspun. Ms. Beard is online. You are a panelist. Ms. Beard, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. This is Kim Beard. I'm Towson High School PTSA co-president. On behalf of Towson High School's PTSA members, we support Bill 3124. I want to thank our supporting council members who have incorporated the Baltimore County School APFO recommendations. At their January 2024 general meeting, the Baltimore County PTA Council also took a position to support the APFO task force recommendations as well. As one of the most overcrowded high schools in the county, Towson High is very excited to start our construction so that future generals can learn and excel in a safe, state-of-the-art building. Through community design and construction meetings, a valid concern from the community has been, what happens when we outgrow this Towson High School building? Unfortunately, we are not alone. Overcrowding affects students, teachers, staff, and communities all over Baltimore County, including great schools like our friends at Dundalk High and Sparrows Point High School. We're thankful, I'm almost done. We're thankful that funding dollars are now in place for design and planning of many high school additions, overcapacity solutions, and new schools. Now is the time to implement the APFO recommendations, including removing that adjacency clause to solve future overcapacity at all Baltimore County schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beard. Any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Ms. Beard? Councilman Ertel?
Thanks, Kim, for being here.
Yep, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks again, Ms. Beard. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Michael Greenspun, followed by Emily Hovermail. Mr. Greenspun, you may begin your testimony.
Good evening, Chairman Patoka and other members of the council. I am Michael Greenspun, and I have been a developer, in Baltimore County for 23 years, and I'm currently chair of the MBIA Baltimore County chapter. I'm here to speak against Bill 3124. Quite simply, this is a politically motivated solution in search of a problem. Being against school overcrowding is a winning position because no one wants their children's schools to be overcrowded. I know I don't want my kids to go to an overcrowded school. But this bill will not solve that problem because new housing construction is not really what is causing the problem. Let me explain. While there are clearly overcrowded schools, the Baltimore County school system is not overcrowded at the macro level. Elementary schools are at 93.5% utilization, middle schools are 85.4%, and high schools are a hair over 100%. As Councilman Marks predicted, I would say redistricting solves the problem completely for elementary and middle, and almost entirely for high schools. If you add in the fact that the county is losing population and student enrollment has plunged by 948 students over the last 3 years, this should be the end of the discussion. And the county has started to solve overcrowding with this tool, but even when some elementary schools recently had boundaries recalculated, 2 overcrowded schools voluntarily chose to not adjust their borders and to stay overcrowded. Building new schools should also further help to solve the problem, but the county is decreasing the rated capacity at its schools faster than it can build them. Over the past 3 years, school capacity is down 561 seats, despite opening 2 new schools with 1,151 new seats. So faced with the reality that redistricting will work, but is not always popular, and the county's new math has been decreasing capacity calculations in spite of building new schools, the council is proposing to curtail development. But turnover in existing housing is producing far more new students in the county than new housing produces. After all, Baltimore County only issued 335 new housing permits last year, while 8,500 existing units changed hands. Using Howard County data, since Baltimore County numbers are not available, new housing generates only 25% of the number of new students entering the school system. Trying to solve overcrowding problems by banning new housing is like the proverbial tail wagging the dog. But what killing off all new housing will accomplish will be to further exacerbate the run-up in prices and the profound shortage of housing options, and will further strangle the vibrancy and growth of Baltimore County. While some may think they're helping to solve school overcrowding with this bill, they are blissfully ignoring the realities of the problem and will merely ensure that when their kids eventually graduate from the school system, there will be no place for them to live in the county. I beseech the council to not grab the politically expeditious low-hanging fruit of killing housing, but to do the harder work of actually solving the school overcrowding problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Greenspun. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Mr. Greenspun? Okay, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Emily Hovermail, followed by Jeff Sharp. Ms. Hovermail, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable council members. My name is Emily Hovermail. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership, proudly serving over 2,100 families who live in Baltimore County with the help of our housing mobility programs. Despite its laudable goals, we have serious concerns about Council Bill 3124 because it creates unnecessarily restrictive requirements for new residential housing development that will make it harder for families to find safe and affordable homes in the county. There's no doubt that the county must take decisive action to address school overcrowding where it exists, but this entails full commitment to the needed investment in more school facilities and fully exploring redistricting options that could balance disparate school capacity utilization across the system. Proven solutions to school overcrowding that county families deserve without creating serious consequences for these same families in their quest for safe and affordable homes. The result of this legislation will be to make housing development off limits to much of the county. In our written testimony, you should see a map which outlines the only areas of the county that will be available for new homes once the full 100% utilization rate is implemented based on current school utilization rates and zoning restrictions to help put the drastic impact the legislation will have on housing development into perspective. This should be concerning when explored in the context of the county's well-documented shortage of housing, which is most profoundly felt in the significant shortage of deeply affordable homes. The county hasn't built enough homes to keep up with demand over the last decade. This unmet demand drives up home prices for everyone, renters and buyers, and leaves the most vulnerable residents with precarious home foundation for work and school. Without dedicated and thoughtful acceleration to create deeply affordable units, the shortage, which is disproportionately likely to impact African Americans and persons with disabilities, will only worsen. It's important to keep in mind that, as Councilman Jones and others have mentioned, the county is in process of enacting a plan already to address the needs of BCPS. The multi-year improvement plan for all schools, the MyIPASS, published in 2021 to provide a comprehensive strategic plan for all 170 public schools, provides a roadmap for equitably implementing public school facility projects countywide with a $2.5 billion capital investment plan for the school system and recommendations to invest in more schools and redistricting to bring school capacity utilization down to 100% by 2026. As has been mentioned, the Baltimore County Annual Report of Student Enrollments demonstrates a great deal of disparity across the school system in the issue of school overcrowding that supports the idea of a countywide redistricting review and data-driven boundary realignment. While the county has done numerous boundary studies in recent years, a commitment for school system-wide review and redistricting is essential to right-size school utilization. Respectfully, we ask that the county council make serious investments in current and future families, and not kick the can down the road on the real solutions to school overcrowding. At the same time, please stay committed to the goals of the Regional Fair Housing Plan and your commitment to increase the supply of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Overmill. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share? Okay, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jeff Sharp, followed by Nicholas Stewart. Mr. Sharp, you're on. You may begin your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Jeff Sharp, and I'm a Vice President of Development with Federal Realty Investment Trust. I'm here today to ask that if you do move forward with adoption of Bill 3124, that you include language to permit grandfathering of residential projects with an approved development plan already in place. Federal Realty is a publicly traded real estate investment trust founded in Maryland in 1962. We own retail, office, multifamily, and mixed-use properties around the country. Locally, we own the Avenue at White Marsh Plaza, and Perring Plaza. Our residential portfolio includes approximately 4,000 apartments, including over 1,000 right here in Maryland. We're a significant local taxpayer, and we and our tenants employ hundreds of local residents. Earlier this spring, we received development plan approval for a proposed 200-unit apartment project at the Avenue at White Marsh. If you're not familiar with the property, it's on Honeygoat Boulevard across from White Marsh Mall. Federal Realty has a reputation for developing and operating best-in-class projects, and the Avenue is no exception. We've owned the property for almost 20 years, and in addition to the purchase price, have invested over $40 million in that time to attract great tenants such as Silver Diner, Nike, and World Market, as well as making upgrades to the property like an ice skating rink that's available for free to the public. Adding residential to our successful retail properties is a core part of Federal Realty's business model, and many of our best assets, such as Bethesda Row and Pike and Rose, where I'm sitting right now in Montgomery County, have just such a mix. Residents are able to walk to shopping and restaurants, resulting in a significant reduction in vehicular trips compared to standalone residential developments. Germane to the proposed legislation before the council, the smaller unit sizes proposed at our project in White Marsh will generate far fewer students than single-family development. Our proposed unit mix has only studios, 1 bedroom, and 2 bedrooms. No 3-bedroom units are included, and 70% of the units will only have 1 bedroom, hardly attractive to families with children. We at Federal Realty have been working on this residential project for over 2 years to secure development plan approval, which was granted in March of this year. At our hearing before the administrative law judge, the Perry Hall Improvement Association spoke in support strongly of our project, recognizing that it would be a great addition to the Avenue and to the community. And while we appreciate that many schools in Baltimore County are overcrowded, preventing approved projects from moving forward seems misguided. We strongly encourage the council to include grandfathering language, again, if you move forward, in the proposed legislation so that our project is able to move forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Councilman Ertel.
Just real quick, Mr. Sharp,
yes.
Thanks for that comment on grandfathering. That is intended that we're going to put that into amendment language to have a grandfathering clause. We're not. I think our intention was to have that in originally, and it somehow got left out. But we're working on it.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Marks.
Yeah, Mr. Sharp, we are all very proud of the Avenue, and I know you have a great day tomorrow with the opening of the Silver Diner. The one thing I did want to point out is that the Improvement Association does support the legislation. I don't know how they feel about grandfathering. We can talk to them. I understand where you're coming from on that. But that the high schools in the Northeast, Overly High School, 119% overcrowded, Parkville, 115% overcrowded, Perry Hall, 103%. So there is that issue, but I did want to compliment you for being respectful, for being such a productive partner in redeveloping that White Marsh area.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Do any of the members have any additional comments, questions, or thoughts? Again, thank you, Mr. Sharp, and we'll go to the next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Nicholas Stewart, followed by Eric Rockel, who is here in person. Mr. Stewart, you are on. You may begin your testimony.
Great, good evening. So to begin, we do commend the thorough work of the APFO task force. This is, of course, just further proof of how many residents we have who are talented, willing to serve our county. But as you may know, I'm here on behalf of a group called We the People, Baltimore County. But I'm also here having previously served as a Baltimore County Board of Education member for about 4 years. And let me say that while we agree with the goal of this bill to provide adequate facilities, we believe the bill needs amendments. You know, on a positive note, we agree that it makes sense to push back the timing of the per pupil yield factor test, and that the adjacency rule itself has unintended consequences that should be addressed if they legally can be. However, as advocates of housing for all, we would like to discuss the risk that exists here. It is well documented across the nation that laws such as this can have unintended consequences of their own, and that is to create barriers to entry for new residents, to exacerbate our housing crisis and inhibit, if not reduce, our tax base. I'd like to point the council to the Howard County Economic Development Authority's report on its own APFO law, which is similar in some respects to what is being proposed here. And that report concluded that its law will depress taxable resident income by $733 million by 2025 and depress economic activity by another $2 billion by 2025, amounting to nearly 7,000 fewer residential units. And we keep in mind that Howard County is not even half of our size, so the impacts can be quite meaningful here unless we're mindful about our approach. And so to that end, focused on solutions, as Councilman Marks ably said, we recommend 3 items for consideration based on the principle that a well-constructed APFO pairs phased development with impact fees and capital improvement plans for expanded and improved facilities. And so phased development is where we start. We believe that a better way of approaching the development hold period of 5 years is to use a shorter period that can be expanded to 4 years, which would be consistent with Howard County, if the government takes material steps to address the impacted infrastructure by, say, years 2 or 3. So sort of a tiered approach. On impact fees, we have to get serious there. We didn't collect any, as we know, in 2023 and 2021 because of exemptions. The county executive's office proposed using an excise tax, but that wasn't successful. So we believe we should revisit that approach of an excise tax. And finally, the capital improvement plans that we have. We believe APFO should be directly tied to the county's capital budgeting process and actually should compel capital decisions in a way that it doesn't right now. We think the Intergovernmental Committee is a good step, but it can be supported by more thorough and specific budgeting requirements. And we'll need to track not just new developments, but also housing turnover, which has been mentioned. So ultimately, we believe the county is at a crossroads. We believe APFO can be a progressive force for good. Instead of a tool that's just used to prevent growth, we think it can be used as a planning tool, a true planning tool to facilitate the creation of the right infrastructure and the right supports. But it can't be schools or housing. It's got to be both good schools, both good, proper growth.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Mr. Stewart? Okay, thank you. That's food for thought, Nick. Okay, Mr. Rocco.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I come here tonight in support of this bill. This is something that is long overdue. The APFO task force and their work is much more specific than the knowledge that I have, but just as a amateur's view of this bill, I think there's 2 things I would suggest. One of the keys in having an adequate public facilities ordinance is having the proper yield calculations for development. I'm not sure that what's been addressed so far is good enough in that respect. And what I'd urge is that as you move forward, that localities from around the country and how they address the yield in new development be factored in, not just localities for Maryland. Secondly, I'd recommend that there's a 5-year period where we move from the 115% down to 100%, and I'd urge that that be tightened up some, so it be less time than 5 years, maybe 3 years to do that. And again, I commend the original task force who worked on this, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rocco. Any councilman?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rocco, I thank you very much for your testimony. And there's one point you made that I think is a real advantage to this bill, in that this committee will be meeting at least 4 times a year. And when they meet, I'm certainly, what they're going to do is they're going to look at all these projections from 6 months ago or whatever, and to see how things are in reality. And then they may find ways to better predict what the population is going to be, the student population in various areas. And so I think that's a real advantage. And I thank you for your comments, because I think you're right on target. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Mr. Rocco? Thank you, Eric. Okay, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Michael Sapanic, followed by Matt Hill, who will be our last speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And again,
Mr.
after Mr. Hill, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to go to the budget hearing, and then we'll come back to the regularly scheduled work session.
Mr. Sapanic, you are on as a panelist. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you very much. This has been an interesting discussion. I've liked hearing the different aspects of it. So I'm guessing that this bill has come up for consideration because of Governor Moore's Housing Expansion and Affordability Act, which was passed by the General Assembly this past session. The version of that legislation which was passed maintains the ability of a local municipality's APFO to restrict residential development. However, it's important to note that the initial version of that legislation intentionally overrode any restrictions put into place by any APFOs, and that the posture being taken by the County Council's Bill 3124, I think that demonstrates why. The overall posture of the bill 3124, it gives the impression that the members of the council who are sponsoring it really see almost like little benefit in spurring residential development. If they did, the tone of the bill would be, let's holistically plan for greater school capacity in our communities to easily allow for more residents. But instead, the tone of the bill, to me, is more, let's circle the wagons and force each individual developer to tell us how we can possibly accommodate more residents in our existing communities. And to their credit, the sponsors' verbal comments about proactively planning for school utilization, it gives me hope. But Bill 3124, it seems to start at the position that development is problematic and developers are the only ones to gain by greenlighting their proposals. So consider the committee, the Interdepartmental Committee on School Overcrowding that this bill calls for, which is tasked with addressing and preventing public school overcrowding. So the name of the committee really says it all. If facilitating development was a real goal, it would be called the Interdepartmental Committee to Expand School Capacity, but it isn't. Furthermore, the bill calls for that committee, to be staffed almost exclusively by existing residents and school representatives. And I understand why that is, but these are not the sort of individuals who tend to have an interest in figuring out creative ways to encourage development. In automobile-centric suburban communities in the county, existing residents have almost no reason to welcome in additional residents. So doubling down on school overcrowding makes sense to them. So what will happen with this APFO, I fear, is what happens with all APFOs. It will be weaponized against developers and new residents and new residential developments. And that is why the initial version of Governor Moore's Housing Expansion and Affordability Act explicitly overrode any restrictions put into place by any APFOs. So I understand that many people consider overcrowding to be a big issue. I do too. But housing availability is at a crisis level. And Bill 3124, I think, is focused too heavily on the former to the detriment of the latter. And with regard to Councilman Crandall's...
Could you wrap up? Where your time has expired.
Yeah, with regard to the thought that we can't solve both housing availability and school overcrowding, I just have to disagree with that. I think there are solutions, and I no time to go into it now. But thank you.
Thank you. Any members have any questions, comments, or thoughts for Mrs. Kibeniak? Okay, that's Mr. Hill. We're ready for you.
Good evening, Mr. Council Chair, members of the council. My name is Matt Hill. I'm an attorney with the Public Justice Center, which is co-counsel representing the Baltimore County branch of the NAACP. And we urge you to oppose this bill because it will decimate the development of affordable housing for families in opportunity areas. This will further perpetuate segregation in the county and have a negative disparate impact on Black renting families in the county and persons with disabilities. This will further violate the conciliation agreement signed by the county, HUD, and the NAACP in 2016. We all share the goal, as many folks have said, that all children receive a world-class education with adequate public facilities. But on its face, this bill sounds good. But this council does not operate in a vacuum that's devoid of history. And the county's history of development policies that restrict and segregate affordable rental housing is long and shameful. But the county turned a corner in 2016 with a conciliation agreement to incentivize the development of 1,000 new units of affordable housing for families and persons with disabilities in opportunity areas. The county, unfortunately, has repeatedly failed to meet its obligations under this agreement. This is in large part due to the NIMBY community voices, the not in my backyard voices of members of the county, as well as the actions of this council to pull the rug out from a number of affordable housing projects proposed throughout the county. Affordable housing developers are quoted in the Sun vowing not to invest their limited time and resources in Baltimore County because of the hostility of the council and residents. So within this context, this bill will make development even more political and more challenging for affordable housing development. It takes the role of the Planning Board and the Board of Education and instead puts it in favor of a politically appointed board. The bill also carves out senior-only housing, which disproportionately benefits white residents in the county and which furthers the county's historic priority of favoring seniors-only housing over family housing. So you have a clear alternative of, as many people have testified, better planning, redistricting schools, building new schools, and the county has a plan to do that. But instead of following that plan, the county is poised to virtually prohibit the development of new affordable housing for families in numerous opportunity areas, which again will further perpetuate segregation in the county. We urge the council to oppose this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Do any of the members, Councilman Ertel?
I'd like to take that. Yes, Mr. Hill. So I represent a district that where you're not from the county, I assume. You're from where?
I could hit a pitching wedge into the county from my current house. Now it's probably more of an 8-iron.
Okay, but I feel like you're talking about a Baltimore County of 1956 where we were super segregated. So I just want to give you a little bit of insight. So I have 4 high schools in my district that goes from Charles Street to Route 40. Guess how many are overcrowded? Out of 4. 4. No. I said 2, but I was wrong. 3. Guess how many of those are majority African American?
I don't know.
2. So we're trying to do something to fix these things, and then you come here and accuse us of being that we're doing something to be against African Americans. I have 2 majority African American schools that we're trying to fix that are Overly High School is grossly overcrowded. And yet this is what we hear. because you're not necessarily plugged in. The other thing, you talk about this elderly housing. We have a crisis of elderly housing in this county. We have a voluntary consent agreement that was based off some kind of figures from the 1970s, but yet we have older residents who literally have no way to make more money to be able to live in affordable housing, but yet all we're trying to do is build family housing when we have seniors who are almost becoming homeless a lot of times.
The crisis of affordable housing is deep and widespread, no question. And
but you're coming in here and accusing us of all kinds of terrible things.
Well, Your Honor, excuse me, Mr. Councilman, I'm simply pointing out the history of Baltimore County and the County Council. This is all detailed in the complaint that was filed with my testimony, so you have that. It's well documented. It's based on census data. It's based on the fair housing planning that the region has done. And it simply says that Baltimore County, at least when that last planning was done, I think in 2020, is the second most segregated county in Maryland. And so the conciliation agreement is an attempt to undo that history of development policies that have segregated the county. And that conciliation agreement, again, calls for the development of 1,000 new units in opportunity areas. Many of those opportunity areas do have crowded schools, overcapacity schools, and we strongly encourage the hard work of redistricting and building new schools and doing better planning and not scapegoating housing and falling back into the historical pattern of excluding housing for Black residents in opportunity areas.
How are we scapegoating housing when, again, when supposedly we have all this capacity? Why can't we build housing there?
Well,
where would you like us to build the housing? Only where we have overcrowded schools?
I'm glad you asked that question. There's a wonderful map that is on the County Council's website, or excuse me, the County Executive's website, that lays out exactly where these opportunity areas are. They're areas that have high-performing schools, that have access to transit, that do not have really high poverty rates. And so to make up for the, again, decades of development policies that have discriminated against African-American families and persons with disabilities, we're asking the county, actually the county's agreed to build 1,000 new units in those areas.
We're going to agree to disagree because 40% of our population is experiencing some symptom of poverty in this county. This is not a wealthy county where we just are holding people outside our borders. We have taken a lot of the city flight that has left the city because of crime and everything else, and we serve those people well. And we're just trying to do a good job of making sure that our schools are not grossly overcrowded. This is nothing more, nothing less.
And we share that goal, and I just simply would ask the council to look at the plan that's in place that I believe Councilman Jones may have referenced, that is already in place to achieve those exact goals, I think by 2026.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Councilman Ertel. Any additional questions for Mr. Hill? We're going to go into 4-2, going into the bottom of the 8th inning. And the latest was that Jacob Webb struck out Aaron Judge with a runner on first and the inning. So, yeah, that deserves a clap. Yes. So who knows who the closer will be. We have a quorum. We're going to begin to our regularly scheduled council meeting. And let me just see what issue we're on right now. APFO. No, we finished APFO.
I think it's 3224, Mr. Chairman.
No, we have some 3224. Yes. So we are 3224. This is zoning regs, RAE 1. So this is a bill that I'm sponsoring, and we have some speakers on this, so we're going to address this one now. This bill, we haven't looked at any of our, well, let me back up and say, many of you have heard me say, and I think many of you agree, that our zoning code is sorely outdated, like many other jurisdictions across the country, and needs an overhaul because it's based on, the foundation of our zoning code is based on a foundation that is no longer, it's not a 21st century foundation. For example, commercial and office, the behavior of those two activities are different than they were 20 years ago and even 50 years ago when the RA 1 and 2 districts were formed. Obviously, for the past 20 years, retail is different. People shop online rather than going to the store. Office space, despite what you might see in our capital budget, office space is not at a premium anymore. And it is the way office space is used is different. And so those two foundations, which form our zoning code, act differently today. And so we need to, and this is not unique to Baltimore County, this is jurisdictions across the country. And so in terms of this particular category, RAE1 and RAE2, they're both residential apartment elevator. That's what the RAE1 allows 40 units per acre, RAE2, 80 units per acre. And so with that, you get height. So what we're trying to do is incentivize lower density. And by doing that, if we, right now, it's pretty much identical in terms of RA1 and RA2 and all, and how, what allows that to occur, that zoning classification to occur. So we want to encourage that lower density rather than encourage the higher density. So we want to make a little bit of differentiation. So it used to be, or both currently are, you need to be in a town center, or you need to be connected to a town center by a BL zone. And there's a lot of gymnastics that take place to make, zoning gymnastics that take place to make that happen. So what we're trying to do is, what this bill intends to simplify it, to incentivize that lower density so that when given the choice of 40 units per acre or 80 units per acre, that 40 units per acre will be the choice. And what it does, it allows for the lower density to be appropriate if it is in 2,600 feet from a BL zone, not in a town center zoning. So it really says that in the old days, 50 years ago, and you were in an RAE zone, you're in a residential apartment elevator, you wanted a town center. You wanted to go shopping at that town center. Now, people shop online. When they need a service, they get in their car and go to a BL zone. So we're just saying, in this particular zone, that you should be in close proximity to a business area, but you don't have to be in a town center, and you can have that lower density. And then for town center, that would be the higher density, double. So RAE2 is 80, RAE1 is 40. This is applicable to RAE1. And so with that, any of the members have any questions or comments or thoughts on that? Okay, well, I know that we have some speakers signed up to testify on this, so Ms. Belcastro. And I want to thank the speakers for waiting all this time. I know it's been a little disjointed, but thanks for hanging in there with us.
Our first speaker is Greg DeHoff, who is here in person, followed by Tom Feckety.
You did it right. Very good, Ms. Belcastro. You've been practicing all day, haven't you? Mr. DeHoff.
Good afternoon, Chairman Batoka. Actually, good evening. When I wrote this, it was good afternoon. We were supposed to be finished by 6. Good evening, Chairman Batoka and members of the County Council. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill 32-24. My name is Greg DeHoff. I'm a resident of Lutherville, and I live in the Orchard Hills community. I would urge the County Council not to pass this bill as it is currently written. If your constituents, to my perspective, your constituents understood this bill, it would be less popular than 3-24 and has the potential to significantly change the landscape within the URDL within Baltimore County. I'm not sure, and I know you just explained it, that I understand the intent of this bill other than just now, but it will allow for the urbanization of large swaths, the potential urbanization of large swaths of land. And it is just one more bill that allows for increased density within the URDL. This bill does not just apply to properties along things like York Road and Reisterstown Road. It also would include many rural roads, such as Seminary Avenue. And that applies to any property within a half mile, not using feet, a half mile of these roads, and where the property has a business zoning designation. Also, this is one more bill that is being introduced and potentially enacted in the middle of the 2024 CZMZ cycle that would change the zoning regs. Based on this bill and several others that I have seen introduced this year, I believe this demonstrates that the County Council is not actually being transparent, and as they have proclaimed. Why introduce this bill and possibly enact it in the middle of the 2024 CZMP cycle? As a retired individual, I do not believe I could afford to move anywhere within Maryland, especially within Baltimore County anymore. And I don't understand how this bill would lower my house prices so that I could actually relocate. The only reason I can afford to live in Baltimore County right now is because I bought my house 35 years ago. I can no longer afford that. I believe this bill will drive many longtime residents out of Baltimore County. You may eventually get new residents in, but it'll drive a lot of long-term residents out. Also, if this bill passes, I truly hope that the council addresses facility limitations and such things as roads, water. I'm not even going to mention schools because we had enough of that already. Long before the zoning is allowed, RAE1 is allowed in the URDL. Finally, that the exemptions that for so many impact fees have been removed or excluded, that they would be brought back and allow the developers or have the developers pay for the upgrades needed to these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. DeHoff. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Tom Feckety. Mr. Feckety, you are on as a panelist. You may begin your testimony.
I'm muted.
We can hear you, sir.
Can you? Okay. I'm Tom Feckety. I'm getting a lot of echo here. I apologize. Is it better now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I am Tom Feckety. I'm the chair of the Pikesville Revitalization Action Plan, a committee established by the county to specifically work on the improvement for the central business district in Pikesville, directly along the Reisterstown Road corridor, which of course is a state highway. I very much appreciate some of the information that I received about this bill from the chairman this morning. I do understand that the identification of these zones is going to take place potentially in this year's CZMP process. I don't know how that can be done given the kind of time frame that we're under. Secondly, and I want to be very brief, I would like to make the point that the half-mile distance proposed from the business district to the proposed RAE2 zone should be much shorter, perhaps a tenth of a mile or a quarter mile. At a half-mile distance, you are going to be putting high-rise apartments into the middle of some bucolic small neighborhoods along Reisterstown Road. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Feckety. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? No. Okay. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Susan Williams, who is here in person, followed by Kathleen Bedell, who is also here in person.
Ms. Williams, thank you for waiting all this time.
Important to bring a good book when we come to hearings.
Good evening, and I'd like to state that I was part of the first class that entered into Cromwell Valley Elementary School when it was built, graduated from Towson Senior High School. The middle school I went to, which was junior high then, was torn down, and I also am a UMBC graduate, so I have lots of Baltimore County experience.
You've come full circle here.
Yes,
today.
I have, and now I've retired. Yes. When I came here tonight, I was unsure of the intent of this bill, and now I'm a little clearer based on the chairman's comments. And I do think that this legislation's purpose is in keeping with the 2030 master plan put out, promulgated by the planning department and voted upon by this council, to both look at retrofitting areas that may be struggling, and also to handle the increased population or more population housing opportunities for people. The one thing that's unclear in the legislation as written is whether you can be a half a mile from one of these zoning categories, and it has to be, and the new housing has to be on a state road, or if it can be a half a mile from the state road. So I think the language just needs to be tidied up a little bit. I guess I would also have a propensity that if you're measuring it for something to be in relationship to a business district, that you go with a quarter mile. That's the standard 5-minute walking distance that's used in TOD. I also would have a propensity to expand this a bit. I think Baltimore County, like other jurisdictions, have anomalies in zoning that are really created by history. I live in Pine Ridge in Pikesville. There are small industrial areas that really are not compatible with their surrounding neighborhoods. I think these should be eligible to be rezoned to this RAE1 category. I think transit stations should be eligible, rail transit stations should be eligible. And the other piece that I think some parameters need to be put, or standards for design need to be put in, because what will keep the suburban characteristic, even though you have multifamily housing, is your setback from the street, kind of the impact on the public realm issue. And if you retain the setbacks for the street corner and front yard setbacks as the adjacent zoning district, you'll have a streetscape that looks similar, and it won't have as much of an impact on the suburban character of the area. And then not allowing parking or drop-offs or driveways in those other than a driveway that goes to a parking lot that's not there. But those are my comments, and I think it's on the right track, but it needs some refining and could be used as a more creative tool if it got broadened.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you for your thoughtful comments. Any members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Ms. Williams? Thank you again, Susan.
Thank you.
Ms. Belcastro, our next speaker, please. And thank you for waiting, Susan.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Bedell, followed by Eric Rockel, who is also here in person.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of the council.
Mr. Rocco, thank you for hanging in there.
Sure, glad to. As they say, wild horses couldn't have drugged me away from commenting on this bill. And with all due respect to you, Mr. Chairman, I couldn't disagree with you more. Okay? You already, as a council, have significant tools in your toolbox. You have the planned unit development process, which, if there's a meeting of the minds between the developer and the community, can be higher than 40 units per acre, okay? Then you just passed a few weeks ago the mixed use district overlay, which again gives you that same kind of authority to create that kind of a density. So why do you need 3224? I honestly don't know. it wasn't lost on me that earlier tonight there was testimony that all of the failing intersections in Baltimore County are situated in a state road. So why would we use a state road as the basis for determining where RAE1 could go? Okay, within a half mile of that. Again, that's something else that doesn't make much sense to me. I think, and I continue to think, that they had it right the first time, that RAE1 was appropriate in town centers because the town centers had the public facilities to accommodate that density of housing, okay? In closing, I just want to give a couple or three examples of if this bill were implemented, where, in my opinion, I think it would be inappropriate. First, I'll go to the first district. The Atlantic Restaurant, formerly known as Dimitri's on Frederick Road, that's zoned commercially. So I cannot imagine 1/2 mile from that location being an appropriate place for RAE1 residential use. In the third district, as Mr. DeHoff mentioned earlier, I live off of West Seminary Avenue. West Seminary is a state road. East Seminary is not, but West is. At the place where West Seminary crosses over the light rail tracks, there has historically been a little commercial area. There was a convenience store back when I was that tall called the Polyette, and it's not there today, but the zoning is still there. There was a service station, which is now a rural farm, and to think that you could put RAE1 within a 1/2 mile there, it would be inappropriate. Thirdly and finally, if you go out to Philadelphia Road and you go to where New Forge Road intersects Philadelphia in what they call the Darrell Gardens area, that's a third area. Again, that's inappropriate for RAE1 within those confines. So I hope the council will appreciate that you already have tools to do this. You don't need to adopt 3224. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. Any of the members have any questions? David Martins? No, okay.
Elaborate on the Darrell Gardens point you just made, please.
Well, there's just, from that intersection, there are commercial properties on Philadelphia Road. And I look into those properties on Darrell Gardens, and some of them are larger residential lots, not, tremendously large, but larger. So you accumulate 3 or 4 of them, and that would be size enough to put an RAE1 project in. Also, with regard to that, if you go just a little bit north of that intersection, I'm not going to name the developer, but there's a developer that has a commercial piece of property.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's 20 acres.
Yeah.
Now,
What if that gets changed?
Keep in mind, Mr. Rockwell, that it would be up to the council member to designate that area. So it's similar to 924. And Mr. DeHoff said it's similar to 324, but it's really similar to 924 because at the end of the day, it's a council member through a series of public hearings related to the CZMP process that will make that final decision.
And just as a response, I appreciate that, Councilman, but I've been observing the county council since the 1960s. There's good council people, and there's council people that are very much tied with developers. And I don't want to give those ones that are very much tied with developers the opportunity.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Rockwell. Tell me your thoughts on the distance parameter and also your thoughts on the state road, this text on state road in this particular bill.
Well, the distance parameter, I mean, as a prior testimony was given, if one of your intents is to achieve some sort of walkability out of this thing, it should be a much shorter distance, 1/3 to 1/4 of a mile. if you restricted it to, well, no, I'm not even going to go that. This bill shouldn't, with all due respect, it shouldn't be approved.
I get what you're saying. I just wanted to kind of dig a little deeper into your thought process on this.
Okay.
I think we've heard.
I just want to make a clarification.
Go ahead, Mr.
I did not say it was similar to 3-24. I said it would be as unpopular as 3-24.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Second thing, the Orioles won 4-2.
All right. Who got the save is the question. All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rockwell.
Thank you.
Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our last speaker for this item is Michael Stepanek. Mr. Stepanek, you are on as a panelist. You may begin your testimony.
Did Pesterfield sign it?
Hello. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, Bill 3224. It makes a lot of sense to me. By allowing RIE1 zones to be applied to properties surrounding certain business zones, you allow for really mixed use developments in aggregate. And by restricting these business zones to those located along state road, you steer such denser development towards the roadways that tend to be sized and engineered to handle them. So it only makes sense that housing density should increase as it nears business areas. The businesses gain a ready supply of customers and workers within easy walking distance. Those businesses then become less dependent on customers driving in from outside of the neighborhood, which reduces traffic and congestion on our roadways. And then the businesses can then, when allowed, pull back on the amount of expensive and wasteful parking they provide, which allows for that space to be put into more productive use. So it's really a virtuous and sustainable cycle of development that would result. Because the resultant clusters of mixed-use development are spread across many properties because of this zoning and built through the efforts of many hands, those developments should then support a relatively wider range and diversity of building types. And that will welcome in a diverse array of residents and businesses. And those businesses, that would include small local businesses that struggle to gain a foothold in the cookie cutter big box commercial centers that now dominate. Whereas chain and franchise businesses focus on capturing catchment areas typically defined by driving radius, what we really want are small businesses that focus on serving their neighbors. Bill 3224 calls for, in my mind, a very common sense change that I applaud. If the areas being focused on by this zoning change are not the areas in our existing communities where we want to encourage development, then I don't know where is. So it seems very appropriate to me, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for sponsoring this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Stepaniak. Next speaker, please, Ms. Belcastro.
That was the last speaker for this item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're going to keep everything rolling. Our next bill is Bill 3324, sponsored by Councilman Marks, related to a charter, having changed the charter to have planning board members have a confirmation from this governing body.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief. This bill would allow for the voters in November to decide on a charter change in which, if passed, any appointment to the Baltimore County Planning Board would come before the County Council for approval. That does not just mean the county executive's appointments. It also means each appointment offered by a member of the County Council. Quite frankly, I don't see why we should be afraid of having the public examine our appointees, provide input. The Planning Board is a significant body in this county, and this measure only promotes greater openness and transparency.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. Any comments, questions, or thoughts? Councilman Jones?
I guess I have one question for Councilman Marks. You've been on the council for 12 years, and the county executive has been making appointments, and we've been making our appointments on the planning board for, I don't know, when I say we, not necessarily you and I, but I guess my question is, why now? Why do we need to change the way we've been doing it for years?
Why not now? When is it ever a bad time to have more public? Why not now? Why is it ever a bad time to have more public input? Why is it ever a bad time to allow the community to weigh in on important representatives for this body? What's wrong with doing it now?
I just have a couple of comments. This is directed towards our secretary, Mr. Boswick. Mr. Boswick, this governing body confirms appointments to the Board of Appeals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we confirm appointments to as administrative law judge. Is that correct as well?
Yes.
And so are there other land use review entities? The planning board's a land use review entity. Those two come to mind. Am I missing any other land use review entities or governing bodies?
Well, currently the council does confirm the chair and the vice chair only on the planning board.
So we do confirm the chair and vice chair. I guess the point I'm trying to bring up is that land use has always been something that in Baltimore County has been something that different boards and commissions and governing bodies weigh in on. And I think that we should have a stronger process. And like as you mentioned, administrative law judge, Board of Appeals, why not planning board members? It makes sense to me. And also some of the decisions that are made by planning board members are, instrumental. For example, the master plan. That one, it's certainly 2030 had its issues, but if you have a governing body that is pushing the core responsibilities of that department and they go through a process that makes it a stronger governing body, I think we should all be all in for that. And so I'm glad to be a co-sponsor on this.
Yeah, I do want to add something. Until recently, the planning board members did not receive compensation. Bill 3723 allows for each member of the planning board to be paid. So the chair receives $20,000 and the members receive $15,000. So this provides, I think, even more of an incentive for there to be more checks and balances in reviewing the members of the planning board.
Thank you. Any of the other members have any comments, questions, or thoughts? Okay. Next item.
We have some speakers for this
Okay,
item.
I'm sorry about that. Ms. Belcastro.
Our first registered speaker was Bob Bendler, but I do not see Mr. Bendler on the WebEx. Our next speaker is Eric Rockel, who is here in person, followed by Kathleen Bedell, who I believe Mr. Rockel said had to leave early. So it's Mr. Rockel.
Mr. Rockel, if we get you on one more issue, you've hit for the cycle this evening. Have you been working out, Mr. Rockel? You're looking pretty good there. Okay.
This will be the last time I say good evening, Chairman Patoka, members of the council. I'm here tonight to support this bill. I think it's long overdue. I was shocked, and it didn't even make it on my radar until I was looking at things related to this bill, that the planning board members, by prior council approval, started getting compensated. So I think that's, number one, is a very good reason why there should be approval of the appointment of these members. And number two, and I'm not suggesting in any way that these two members of the planning board acted in a way that they should lose their position, but I've seen actions in the 2020 and this current CZMP cycle where they didn't follow best practices with regard to their personal business dealings and the matters that were before the planning board, okay? I don't want to go into any detail on it. publicly here, but it bothered me, and I said to myself, well, gee, if we had the council approving them if they were reappointed, that would give citizens like myself the chance to go to their councilman and say, can you ask them about that situation, and get them to explain themselves, because it certainly, appeared to be borderline improper, some actions. So for those reasons, I think this bill should be implemented, and I commend Councilman Marks for introducing it.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. Do we have any additional speakers, Ms. Belcastro?
That concludes the speakers for this evening.
Okay, then we're going to move right along, and we're going to move on to Councilman Crandall's bill, loitering on or about commercial premises, Bill 3424.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's already illegal and in Baltimore County to loiter on private commercial property. This bill would define the area that the police department may enforce loitering violations, and also defines the police officers' the length of time that their action to remove someone for loitering would be in action. So it's an updating of existing law, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Crandall, your time's up.
I was done. I'm good. I was trying to move us along here. So,
do we have any speakers on this, Ms. Belcastro?
No, my apologies, Councilman Crandall.
We're going to go
I'd like to get you back some other time.
Yes, Councilman.
I'd like to go on as a co-sponsor.
Okay, the next bill is Bill 3524. Again, Councilman Crandall. Ms. Belcastro, please start the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think you all have seen iteration of this bill before. It was just a lot more difficult than one might initially imagine to get a bill together to better enable our police department to essentially tow vehicles on demand as they are blocking alleyways from either trash haul service or emergency vehicles from using the alleyways. So we had to go through some legal machinations with our attorneys, and I want to thank our colleagues in the police department for working through this with us. So further clarification on existing legislation. One of the things that is not in the bill currently, and that I'll be speaking with our secretary and deputy secretary about, is putting a width of an allowable width in an alley that a parked car would have to leave in order to stay in legal compliance to be there. Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's another simple one, just an updating and redefining of his existing statute.
Any of the members have any comments, questions for Mr. Crandall? Okay, Colonel Conger, I am so sorry. I hope you'll forgive me for keeping you so long. But you're up next for a contract for forensic technology.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council.
Good evening.
I'm here to represent the police department and the administration in a request to approve a contract with Forensic Technology, Inc. to provide maintenance and repairs for the Integrated Ballistic Identification System, or IBIS, which is equipment used in the department's forensic services section to identify cartridge casings. The contract states that it's for a coverage period from August 17 of 23 through August 16 of 28. The contract provides compensation may not exceed $30,799 per year, $153,997 for the entire 5-year period. The contractor will provide maintenance repairs for the IBIS equipment used in the forensic section. The firearms unit uses IBIS systems to search the national database to identify cartridge cases with other possible cartridge cases and/or firearms. The ATF is the administrator for the IBIS system. The department requested that the proposed contract be designated as non-competitive under 902F award due to the proprietary nature of the IBIS equipment to be maintained. Previously, the county has entered into a similar contract not to exceed $454,100 with Forensic Technology. That was for the period of August 2013 through August of 2023, and that included the purchase, support, and maintenance at that time.
Thank you, Colonel Congard. Any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Okay. Thanks again, and sorry to keep you so long. Next,
Thank you very much.
Megan Benjamin. And again, my apologies to you, Ms. Benjamin, keeping you here so long.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of council. I'm Megan Benjamin. I'm the Land Preservation Administrator with the Department of Planning. The administration is requesting approval to acquire perpetual conservation easement on approximately 29 acres of land for $174,834 under the county's agricultural land preservation program. Vincent and Shelley Hackler currently own the property located at 1755 Oakland Road in Freeland. The property is zoned RC2 and RC8. The 29-acre property to be acquired is located within the Freeland and Maryland Line Agricultural Priority Preservation Area. The use of the property will be subject to a deed of conservation easement to be granted to the county on behalf of the Baltimore County Agricultural Land Preservation Board by the seller. The purpose of the easement is to provide for the protection of large contiguous blocks of natural and agricultural resources, including forest, scenic, and environmental resources in the county. The value of the easement was calculated by a formula set forth in Section 24 of County Code. The value of the easement was determined to be $6,140 per acre, and the landowners discounted the per acre price to $6,000.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Ms. Benjamin? Okay, thanks again. Next is Kevin Ledford for the Circuit Court. Mr. Ledford, I apologize for keeping you so long.
Good evening, Chairman, council members.
Mr. Ledford.
I'm here to represent the Circuit Court, and we are requesting a contract with CourtSmart Digital Systems for a period of 10 years, not to exceed $3 million over that span. CourtSmart Digital Systems is a digital recording system that allows the court to concurrently record audio for multiple court proceedings. Recording equipment is currently installed in 20 courtrooms, 7 hearing rooms, 3 settlement courtrooms, and the new jury assembly area. The software is currently stored on a state-managed network and is provided by the Administrative Office of the Courts. The Circuit Court currently has 1 digital recording manager and 8 employees who have the ability to listen to proceedings concurrently from a central control center. The employees have the ability to listen, identify important case information for transcripts, and identify any errors or mistakes that are made on the record. They can also identify issues with any recording equipment in real time. The audio recording equipment are saved and made available to the public upon request. This system has allowed us to move away from the need to have a court reporter in every courtroom as court proceedings are taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ledford. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Thanks again, and again, my apologies. Okay, next is Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, are you hitting for the cycle tonight? Is this your 4th time up?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay, congratulations.
No, good evening again. This fiscal matter 4 is a request to approve a contract with Clifton Larson Allen LLP to provide auditing services for our county's annual financial statements, our ACFR, Annual Comprehensive Financial Review. They also review our pension system or audit our pension system, as well as provide the single audit of all federal funds The contract commences upon council approval, will continue 5 years with 2 additional 1-year periods. Estimated compensation over the entire 9-year term is $2.9 million. We have an external auditor in accordance with Article 3, Section 312 of the county charter and County Code 3-1-302 that says we need an external independent certified public accounting firm to do this. And this was a competitive procurement process based on qualifications, value, and experience from 4 proposals received and has a 15% MWBE requirement.
Okay, that was going to be my question, so you answered it. Yeah, okay. Any of the members have any questions for Mr. Reed? Okay, thanks, Mr. Reed. And next, Ms. Williams, I'm so sorry to keep you here so late. You've been waiting patiently. What item? What item is Colonel Flair? Tom, what item is? Ms. Williams, go right ahead. You have two items?
Yes, I do. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Councilman. I'm here to present 2 items before you. One is a loan, and the other one is a pilot agreement. Kai developed the Weinberg House at 16 Oak Court Road in the heart of Pikesville in 1993. 30 years later, the building is in need of major renovations, including new roof, code compliance updates, energy efficiency upgrades, and all new major systems and finishes. There's 116 one-bedrooms units that are there, with 6 that are designated fully UFAS accessible. They serve basically primary our seniors that are in age from 62 to 97, whose incomes are below $10,000 per year. So basically, it's the low.
And that's for both of these items, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So, Ms. Williams, thank you, and I just want to share with my colleagues, this organization does an outstanding job. Comprehensive Housing Assistance, Inc., also known as CHI, and would urge my colleagues to support it. And thank you, Ms. Williams.
Okay. And Kai Willis has assigned a limited partnership. They're refinancing, and it's the new Weinberg House to purchase the building the latter part of this year. The total project cost is estimated to be $33,983,514. And they're requesting from Baltimore County $2,725,000, which will be funded from our home investment partnership funds that we receive from the federal government. This will be a 40-year loan, and it's going to be at 3% interest during a permanent loan period, which commences once upon construction is completed, and the payment will be made out of an annual surplus cash or net cash flow.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams. Any of the members have any comments, questions? Thank you again, Ms. Williams, and my
The
apologies.
pilot agreement,
You have another one?
they're asking for a pilot agreement for this.
Yes.
And they're asking for a 20-year pilot at $300 per unit with a 2% escalation annually for 20 years.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams.
You're welcome.
And is that it, Ms. Williams?
That's it.
Got one more, okay. Next, and I apologize to Major Weedick. I'm so sorry, Major Weedick. This meeting has totally got away from me, and sorry to make you wait.
Major Weedick, Chairman Patoka drives a late model SUV. I'll get you the tag number.
Well, it's, yeah, it's Chief Sheridan's old car, so you don't want to pull that over.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, I first presented this on March 26th. It's the SRO Adequate Coverage Grant. It's for $1,219,820. Baltimore County Public Schools got it from the Maryland Center for Safe Schools. There's no matching county funds. We just need a permission to accept the grant to pay the SROs.
Thank you, Major Weedick. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts?
We definitely have to accept it.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Major, and again, my apologies. Okay, we're really coming down the wire here. We just have 2 more items, I think. We have the penultimate item. No, we have 3 items, never mind. We have Ms. Buckler's going to hit for the cycle almost, I think. We're going to go to the appointment. No, I'm sorry, not the appointment. It's an item for Public Works. Is this your 3rd or 4th time up? Number 3, okay, not quite the cycle, but almost.
And council members, just FYI, Ms. Buckler and Ms. Eichholz sent an executive summary that is in your books with that resolution 2424, just to give you some background on the 2 items.
Thank you. Councilman Crandall, could you read it aloud, please? No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm sorry, Ms. Buckler. Go right ahead.
It's okay. Good evening again. For the record, I'm Lauren Buckler, Acting Director for Department of Public Works and Transportation. I'm here to discuss the proposed revisions to the Department of Public Works standard specifications and standard details for construction. So we are empowered by County Code Article 32, Title 4, Subtitle 4, adoption of manuals to prepare the manual on standard details and the manual of standard specifications. The current specifications were approved and issued in 2000 with addendums in 2007 and 2013. The standard details were last issued in 2007. So it's time to update them. The standard details are our templates for, installing a storm drain, paving the roads, depth of pavement, distance between a curb and a gutter and the pavement, the engineering nitty-gritty for how you build something in Baltimore County. So we are updating them. You may have also heard our standard specifications referred to as the Green Book. These are the specifications that are handed to contractors about how they get pre-qualified, how bids are solicited, when we open bids, all of those details, how payments are made to them, and all the details that go with that. This information has been up, the draft has been on our website. We've also taken it before the planning board and had public comment there. We've gotten very little public comment on these nitty-gritty details, but what we have gotten it's mostly been from engineering companies. We've taken into account. We've also issued, addendums and clarifications over the years, and all of that has been incorporated, and those were always based on comments we'd received from contractors, engineers that have to use these specifications.
Is it structural specifications, or are there aesthetic elements to it as well?
It's structural.
Structural, okay, thank you. Any members have any additional comments or questions? Thank you, Ms. Buckler, and my apologies for keeping you so long. On the cycle, Gunnar Henderson last year had a home run, a triple, and a double. And then on his final at-bat, he hit a hit that was a double, and his teammates urged him to stop at first base, but he went to second.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Buckler.
Enjoy your night.
Thank you, Ms. Buckler.
Enjoy your night.
I went to my son's baseball game last night, and it was, I watched him throw the ball. It looks great. Sports. There was go sports. Go sports.
Okay, let's keep going. We're done. We have two more items. We have Councilman Jones. Oh, that's why the Reisterstown folks were here.
Reisterstown folks is gone.
Yep. Okay, Councilman Jones, Main Street design recommendations.
Yeah, let me see here. Give me 1 second. Ooh. First of all, I know the hour is late, but I want to thank the Ricerstown Improvement Association, who has several representatives here today. I would ask them to please stand. I'd like to thank Charlie Hopper, Mary Melanio, and Crystal McCarty for coming out this evening, and thank them for their hard work and coming together to put together these design recommendations for Ricerstown Improvement Association on Main Street. Oh, fantastic. Well,
we have a speaker, Ms.
does she want to speak, or is she? Oh, fantastic. She can see that I stayed on task, even though I know the hour is late and they left. But I guess want to thank them for their hard work and dedication to Ricerstown. And we really, really appreciate it. It's their actions is what make our communities wonderful and great, and which in fact makes Baltimore County a very special place. So I thank them from the bottom of my heart for all their work and dedication and all the things that they do for Ricerstown.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Mr. Secretary, please note that that was the penultimate item, and we are now on the final item. Okay. Oh. Okay. Councilman Marks.
Yes.
Amend the Perry Hall.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be withdrawing this at the request of the Perry Hall Improvement Association, and we'll come back to it after the budget session.
So which one am I missing? Oh, gosh, yeah. Councilman Marks again, zoning regulations for out-of-water storage facilities.
Yeah, sure. This bill, as presented, would allow for the storage of certain equipment related to commercial fishing and shellfishing operations in certain areas under certain conditions. I've been having extensive conversations with the Office of Law and community leaders about this bill.
Okay. Any additional questions for Councilman Marks? Do we have an item for the detention center this evening, Mr. Secretary?
I don't believe we do.
Mr. Pesterfield not due to testify?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that Director Pesterfield has any item.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there.
Is he at the gym?
Yeah. I saw with a man.
But yes, you will see him in a week or two.